Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay, all right. Good evening. I would like to welcome you to the May 27th meeting of the Alcohol License Review Committee. We are in a virtual meeting format today, and in a few minutes I'll have our city IT folks give those of you who are going to appear for agenda items a little refresher on exactly what you need to do to be able to get into the queue when your agenda item comes up. So for purposes of how this meeting is conducted, it's the same as our in-person meetings, and that is that we're governed by Robert's Rules of Order. Those of you that have registered to speak, when you are given the go-ahead to do that, we would ask that you try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. If the committee has interest in having you continue to talk further, someone will make a motion to grant you some additional time. If we are in a question and answer with you during your particular agenda item, don't be constrained by that time. Just answer the questions that the committee members are asking you. And if you wander too far afield, we'll certainly bring that to your attention. We would ask that you not get into a back and forth with any of the committee members. That's especially difficult to do in a virtual meeting. So please wait until we call on you to offer your comments. And then when you're done making the comments, wait for questions or additional comments from committee members. So with that, Mr. Verbeek, do we have any notified absences for this evening?
We do not.
Okay. Next item then on our agenda is to do the official roll call. So would you please call the roll?
Carter.
Let's see, I should have unmuted everybody.
Present.
There you go. All right, Carter. Carter present. Fletcher.
Present.
Carter here. Fletcher.
Here.
Fletcher here. Donnelly.
Present.
Donnelly here. Skidmore.
Here.
Skidmore here. Verveer.
Here.
Verveer here. Westra.
Here.
Westra here. Cano Espina.
Present.
Cano Espina here. Grady.
Mr. Grady.
Looks like he has no audio.
Yeah, I see his no audio and his video is muted.
I think my coworker is going to give him a call, see if we can fix this.
Okay. Landgraf.
Present.
Landgraf is here. We have quorum.
Okay. And we'll wait for Mr. Grady to hopefully get back online here. Mr. Verbeek, do we have anyone registered for general public comment?
I do not believe we do.
Okay. Next item on our agenda is, whoa, where did everybody go here?
Mr. Chair, would you like me to read the instructions real quick?
Yeah, you can. I just lost. I
just took over the screen.
Oh, okay.
All right. Welcome to our virtual meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and tech facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, click raise hand when you're asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mr. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. Next item on our agenda is disclosures and recusals. For those of you that are attending for the first time, we ask all of the voting members of the committee to identify up front what they may have as far as a conflict on any of the agenda items, so that when we get to that agenda item, they may choose to not participate in the discussion or voting. So we don't want that to come as a surprise to anybody, so we ask all of the members to be able to tell us right now if there are any disclosures or recusals. So I will ask the committee if we do have any members that have a disclosure or recusal. Hey, Joe, I'm looking at your videos or your committee member welcome. I don't see the. I think I'm looking at your screen.
I stopped the share. You may have a frozen video.
What do I do? Just click 1 sec.
Exit full screen. So if you hover your cursor towards the top, or just press escape on your keyboard, that do it too.
There we go. Okay. Excellent. So I'm sorry about that. I lost all of your photo pictures. So did anyone have a disclosure or recusal? Okay, I don't see anyone's hands up. All right. Just from a voting process standpoint, the way we're going to do this is when we have motions and seconds and we take a vote on an agenda item, we're going to record all of the votes as being unanimous unless one of the voting members wishes to vote no on that particular item, at which time they'll raise their hand, and then we will unmute all of the committee members, and Mr. Verbeek will do a roll call vote. So all of those of you that are watching will then know which members of the committee voted yes and which ones voted no. And after each vote, I'll ask to make sure that if anyone wants to register negative on a particular item, that we give them that opportunity. So we also have as a normal process to take items out of the order on the agenda if we have interpreters that are here representing some of the registrants. We have a potential of 4 of those. Mr. Verbeek or Joe, do we have anyone registered for items 4 or 5? I know we have interpreters here.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay. Now wait, I just lost.
As of now, I only see the interpreters registered for items 3 and 4.
So we have an interpreter for 3 and for 4. So we don't.
I'm sorry, not for 3 and 4. I'm sorry, 4 and 5.
Okay.
And those are the ones we knew about. And as I mentioned to you before, 7 might need an interpreter, but I do not see anyone registered for that item. And 8 might need one as well, and I do not see anyone registered for that item.
Hey, Jim, can you move the microphone closer to your mouth? You're breaking up again when you're talking.
The items we need interpreter for are 4 and 5. I don't see anyone other than the interpreters registered for those items. The other ones we might need interpreters for are 7 and 8. I also do not see anyone registered for those items.
Okay. All right. So we'll take item 4 up at this time. That's a separated liquor license renewal for WB West LLC, doing business as World Buffet. So we have an interpreter online. So Mr. Verbeek, would you?
We do, but we don't have the licensee yet for that item.
Okay.
So we might need to skip. We might need to wait on doing the interpreter items, and then just continue on the agenda. I know the committee did say that any licensee who had any correction that they made prior to the meeting, that they would be welcome to moving them up in the agenda. And so that's what I've sort of communicated to the licensees. So I don't know if we want to do that, and I can help kind of guide along down the agenda those who have corrected items with us.
Okay, you broke up for part of that. Is it just me, or did other members of the committee not hear everything Jim had said? Okay. I don't know what you need to do with your mic there, Jim, but probably about half of what you say is coming through. So if we are not sure about 7 and 8, and we don't have anybody here for 4 or 5, then it seems to me we go back to item number 1 on the agenda and just march through. And when we get to 4, we'll see if anybody is, if any of the applicants are registered. So that takes us back to the top of the agenda. Separated liquor license renewal for Johnson Marion Inc. doing business as Doubletree Hotel, Madison. Joe, do we have someone registered for that?
So we don't, and I think I may have sent something along to the committee. The issue for this establishment actually was resolved before the meeting last week, but it was missed by the clerk staff. So we shouldn't have separated them. Therefore, I told the licensee that they did not have to come today because they shouldn't have been separated in the first place. This is the only item in today and tomorrow's agenda. I told them that they did not have to come just because the item should not have been separated.
Okay. So what's the committee's pleasure on item number 1? Mr. Fletcher? And let's see, Mr. Fletcher and Alder Revere.
Jim, can you just specify the exact issue just for the record with this particular license before they corrected it?
Yep, I can do that. So the issue for this item was the premises had changed, and from the premise that they listed on the application and the renewal form was different than what we had on the license. And then they had sent us a change of premises form prior to last week's meeting. And so therefore they corrected the issue and they should not have been separated.
Thank you. Unless I think Alder Rivera he may have a question. So I'll hold off on giving a motion to approve the renewal.
Alder Revere, did you have a question?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to grant.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to approve item number 1. I'll record everyone in favor unless you raise your hand. I see no hands, so that motion is approved unanimously. Takes us to item number 2, separated liquor license for Pancham LLC doing business as Harry's Liquor. Do we have a...
we do have a registrant here, and while we're getting them set up, I can just sort of explain what the issue was. This is another one that they have resolved the issue prior to this meeting. It was a bad state seller's permit number was listed on the renewal form. Then from what we have on the record from their application where they applied for, they have since come in and showed us their state seller's permit number, and it did match what we have on record.
Mr. Cano Espino? Do you have a question?
Yes, Jim, do we have a couple of these ones that have fixed the problem, and can we do them all in one motion?
We do
Because
have
I
a
thought
couple that have
that's
fixed
what we
it.
talked about last time. Sorry?
Yeah, we do have a couple that have fixed the issue already. And
Is that a possibility for the committee to, because I think that's what we talked about it last time, to kind of have some of those right at the beginning. If they fix it, then they should not be wasting their time, and we can use our time better.
Yeah, I didn't know if you want to go through them one by one. I thought the plan was at least to move them up in the agenda order. I didn't know if you wanted to do that or to pass it sort of en masse. Those who have resolved.
My question to you is that if they fix the problem, would they have been approved in the mass approval that we did last week?
We would not have separated them if they had fixed the issue prior to last week's meeting.
Right, so they would have been mass approved like with everybody else.
Correct.
Okay, so unless there is a member of the committee that feels that we have to listen to every single one, I think it will be a better use of our time to spend the time on the people that still have problems.
Okay, well, I've got a number of folks with their hands up. Let's just make sure they don't want to speak to that. Alder Carter, did you have?
I just wanted a clarification on Harry's Liquor because, Jim, you went out. So all I heard was something about a seller's number and then dead silence.
Yeah, so the seller's number that they put in the renewal form was different than what we had on record. They have since come in and showed us their state seller's permit, and it does match the number we have on record.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Grady, did you have a question with regard to the possibility of taking all of those that have corrected their items as a group?
Well, if that was a motion, I was willing to second it.
Okay, Mr. Cano Espino, you made the motion to. Oh, let's see what we should do. Jim, why don't you read off the agenda items that you believe fit into the category that Mr. Cano Espino was talking about, and then he can make a motion that would pick all of those up as a single approval.
Okay, so it'd be items number 2, 3, 8, and 9.
2, 3, 8, and 9. So, Mr. Cano Espino, your motion would be to approve items 2, 3, 8, and 9? Yep. Okay, and we have a second to Mr. Cano Espino's motion. That's Mr. Grady. Okay. Further discussion. I see 2 hands up. Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, Jim, again, for the record, can you just briefly state what the issue was regarding the other applications that you haven't gone through?
So item number 3 is the issue was there were a couple things. The state seller's permit, the FEIN number or the FEIN, the premises and the capacity were all left blank on the renewal form. They've since submitted a form that is complete. Item number 8 is New Orient House LLC. They had left the capacity blank. They have since come in and gave us the capacity. It does match what we have on record. And then lastly, item number 9, Two Dudes and a Chick LLC. Their issue was that their state seller's permit number was left blank. And they've since given us a copy of their state seller's permit, and the number matches what we have on record.
Thanks. And can you remind the committee of how many times you reached out to applicants? Am I right in thinking it was about 3 to kind of fix errors or omissions, as it were?
It was at least 2. So to fix errors, I think it was at least 2. I know some of my colleagues have sent me copies of emails. So it varies differently depending on who the liaison was in our office with them. But I think it was probably at least looking to correct, it was probably at least 1 or 2 times that we reached out to them.
And your sense is that this happened, people may have missed your kind of first email or been uncertain and not responded because this is the first year that we've been, as we discussed at the last meeting, focusing in on these particular issues?
It may have been, yeah.
Okay, I'm fine for leaving it this year. I mean, I think if we go through this again next year, I guess I would want to hear from the applicants in terms of more detail and process about, not picking up on your emails and why. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve items 2, 3, 8, and 9.
Can you remind me who the movers and seconders were on that?
Mr. Kano Espina was the mover and Mr. Grady was the second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have no one else in the queue. So I will record everyone in the affirmative unless I see someone's hand up, and I see none. So that is approved, or that motion and those 4 items are approved. That takes us to 4. Do we have anybody for 4 yet?
I still only see the interpreter for item number 4.
Okay. What's the committee's pleasure on item number 4? We have an interpreter, but no applicant.
I will say for items 4 and 5, because it needed an interpreter, the letters did go out a little later because you're waiting on translation for them. However, as soon as the translated language from the letter did go out, or we did receive it, I did email the liquor beer agents for those 2 establishments with the translated language. So they may have actually received notification before the folks who got the letter.
I hate to ask you to do this, Jim, but we lost the last part of your, when you were talking about the order in which they may have received material.
Yeah, so we had to translate the language. We had to translate the letter that we sent everyone a certified letter. And so those who needed an interpreter, we had the letter translated, and the translation came out a day later. And as soon as we got the translation, I emailed it to the liquor beer agents for those establishments. So there's a chance they may have actually received notification of this appearance before those we sent just the letter to, which would be those not needing interpreter.
Okay. So we're at item number 4. We have an interpreter. We have no registrant. Do we have a motion to refer this, Mr. Fletcher?
I would, I guess I would, we're talking about items 4 and 5, correct, Jim?
That's
we have, okay. So I would move to table items 4 and 5 and just wait till we, see who shows up maybe later on.
Okay.
I second.
Motion and a second to table items number 4 and 5. Mr. Kano Espina, did you? Okay. So I have no one with their hand up, so I will assume that motion passes unanimously, and that takes us then to item number 6. Do we have anyone registered for 6, Joe?
I'm here.
You're here. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
hi.
Is Kelly Jordan representing Jordan's Big Ten Pub?
okay. Thank you, Kelly. So we have your license here, and Mr. Verbeek, can you identify why it was separated?
So the reason this one was separated was just because the doing business as name was left blank on the renewal form.
Yes, and this is the first time when I got the letter yesterday that I knew about it. So any calls to me were missed. So I apologize.
And Mr. Verbeek, do we have the correct doing business as? I see it's listed here. Does that match your other records?
I guess I would just confirm with the applicant that Jordan's Big Ten Pub is your doing business as name.
Yes. I don't know if you heard me, but yes.
I did. It looks like we for sure had sent you an email back on April 10th looking for the correction. So I'm not sure if you received that. It would have come from Jennifer Haar in our office. She's your liaison for renewals this year.
Yeah, I can only apologize because I didn't see it.
Okay.
I would have corrected it right away.
Okay, Kelly, it looks like I've got 3 members of the committee that may I have a question for you. So, Mr. Fletcher?
I'd like to move to grant. I think Kelly provided an explanation of what happened. As long as it doesn't, obviously happen again in the next renewal cycle, and if that's the only reason we separated them, I'm fine with approving or granting. Sorry.
Second.
Motion and a second from Mr. Kano Espina to approve item 6. Alder Carter?
Yes, Kelly, would you do us a favor and send the clerk's office your current email address or one that is checked on a regular basis so this doesn't happen again?
You bet.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no one else in the queue, so I will record everyone affirmatively. Unless you raise your hand and you haven't. So, okay, that takes us to item number 7. Mr. Verbeek?
I do have somebody who's been emailing me that said he's connected. However, I don't see anyone registered unless Joe's seeing something differently. His name is Sergio. And I emailed him back and asked what phone number he had because I see we have a number of phone numbers. We just emailed him back. A number of people who are
Yeah, I mean, if he called into the meeting but didn't register, that doesn't really help us. He needs to actually register. Because right now he's just listening on his phone, probably.
Yeah. All right, I think I have it now. I believe it's this one.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Sergio. Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, so we do have Sergio here. He's the liquor agent for Gloria's Mexican restaurant. Sergio, do you need a Spanish interpreter? We do have one available if you do need one.
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so committee, the reason that this one was separated is because the LLC members and the agent fields were left blank on the application, on the renewal form.
So the LLC member is Sergio Ugalde Alcantara.
Okay, Sergio, we've got a couple members of the committee that have a few questions for you. Mr. Kano Espina?
Thank you. So Sergio, is there a way that you can answer those questions verbally, but also send our city clerk an email, like you just sent him an email to make sure that the information is correctly and it matches what he has on record?
Okay.
So what is the other information that you need, Jim?
The liquor beer agent, which would be him if he
The
could just.
agent or the company?
The liquor beer agent. So on the license, it says a liquor beer agent. I believe it's you. Can you confirm if you are still the liquor beer agent for the restaurant?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so just to
And is there?
Go ahead.
So can you, just to make sure, can you send that via email to the city clerk just so he has it in some type of documentation?
Okay. So I will just write that I am Sergio Galvez, the big liquor and beer agent.
And if you're the only member of the LLC, to include that as well.
Okay.
And is there a particular reason why that information wasn't in the application that you had?
All right, there was a miscommunication that I thought that you guys were looking for the seller, like my agent, like my beer agent and liquor agent from the company, from like let's say Frank's Beer Liquor.
Your distributor?
Yeah, that's what I thought you guys were looking for, like the agent, like him. Nah, not my name. I got it now.
Okay. And is your information like, I believe that the staff from the city tried to contact you to try to fix that. Is there, do you know if all your information is up to date? You didn't get any emails or any phone calls asking you to fix that information?
Well, last year I got an email and a phone call for that information for a couple questions I had, but not this year. I didn't have anything other than the mail there in the mail.
Okay. Jim, do you have any information on when that was sent to him?
Yeah, it looks like Jennifer sent you an email on April 20th at about 4 p.m. Asking you.
April 20th?
April 20th at about at 3:58 p.m.
Yeah, sorry, I've been pretty busy. I'm actually opening a second location in San Perry. So I'm working on that construction and everything, and got my hands full right now, especially with this virus going on. So if you might have sent it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we did send her the same email that you and I have been communicating today.
April 20th?
April 20th at 3:58 p.m.
So Sergio, it's okay if you can just make sure that you. I know things are difficult for everybody with this COVID, and we understand businesses, but that information is very important to be able to renew license and make sure that they don't have any changes that we need to know. So just for next year, like always, just to be looking for that, so you can provide that information to the city staff.
Absolutely. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. All right, we'll send Jim an email with all those questions then.
Do you have to wait to see if other people have questions for you? But thank you.
Okay.
Yep. And Sergio, I do have another question. This one is from Alder Carter.
Yes, because I just.
Hello?
Sergio, I just want to make sure that you know that you are answering 3 different questions for Jim. So do you want?
Go ahead, Alder Carter.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure you know the three different questions that Jim needs, so there's no confusion. And so
17, 19, and 20, correct?
correct. Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, I don't have anyone else in the queue. Do we have a motion? Second. Mr. Kano Espina is the maker of the motion. Mr. Grady is seconding. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll record everyone as voting yes unless you raise your hand. And no one has. Okay, great. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Sergio. And as members of the committee have suggested, when the license comes up next time, it would be good to have these things on it, so you don't have to come.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna make sure that happens. Sorry about that, guys. You guys
No
have
problem.
a great day.
Yep, you have a good evening. Thank you. Takes us to item 10A, separated liquor license renewal for Hoops of Dane County, doing business as north of the Bayou. Do we have a registrant?
We do. We have Matthew Fleming here.
Okay, so Assistant City Attorney Zellwey. Trying to unmute you here. Okay. Assistant City Attorney Zellwey.
I separated this one out because of questions regarding who's actually running the nightclub at this location. Some questions regarding capacity and fights and disturbances and not calling the police when those incidents occur. And Attorney, I don't know if Dale Beck is also online.
No, he wasn't able to. I actually wasn't able to talk directly to him again until not too long before this meeting, and he was still in the car and didn't believe he was going to be able to get home in time to register and set up for all this. So I talked with him about the questions you posed in your email to me, and would have liked to have been able to talk to him earlier and talk to you directly before, but as I said, I wasn't able to get to talk to him until closer to 5 o'clock. So I can respond, I guess, to some of the questions. First of all,
Mr. Fleming, why don't you just hold up for a minute? So we haven't figured out who you are yet. So could you tell the committee your name and your relationship to the establishment?
Yes, of course. It's Matthew Fleming. I'm an attorney with Murphy Desmond and represent Hoops.
Okay. So why don't we just to keep this focused, Assistant City Attorney Zellwey had a number of questions. So why don't we just ask her to ask them one at a time? You can respond to those, and then there may be some questions that the committee would have.
Mr. Chair, I would actually prefer to have Mr. Beck be available to answer the questions. So if we could refer this to tomorrow night's meeting, I would prefer that.
I see a number of people nodding their head to that. So let me unmute some microphones and
so move to referral to tomorrow's session.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second to refer this to tomorrow's separation meeting. Assistant City Attorney Brist. Let me try to,
I have a question for Jim. Do we have time to get this on the agenda for tomorrow in short notice? Do you have time to get it done?
I can publish in the next 18 minutes. I don't think we have anyone on site to physically post it. So it can be available online in a amended form, but we wouldn't be able to have it physically at the clerk's office posted.
I think it's going to be hard for us to have a meeting with, we're not going to be able to meet the requirements for notice for the meeting for tomorrow night.
okay. Got a number of folks in the queue who may want to speak to that. Alder Revere?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had raised my hand because I had the same concern about violating the open meetings law by referring this tomorrow night. I just don't see if we can possibly do that. And so perhaps the better option would be to table this item and the next one, since Mr. Beck owns both establishments, and hope that he can get home, you know, before we adjourn tonight and move on to the other items that are still on our agenda at this point.
Okay, Alder Carter?
I was just going to mention the opens meetings law too, but I will second it to table it, and hopefully Mr. Beck will be home in time to join Attorney Fleming, I think his name is, at this meeting tonight.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table this item in anticipation of the applicant being able to call in later on our agenda. Any further discussion? Mr. Cano-Espina, did you have a question? I'm trying to unmute you here. Okay, Mr. Cano-Espina?
Yeah. Yes, I'm okay with tabling. Is there a plan B if this person doesn't call today, or do we talk about that at the time that we bring it out of the table?
Mr. Donnelly.
We talk about it when we take it off the table.
Okay. All right, so we'll talk about it when we get to the, I think that's what you wanted to say. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table this. And if the applicant calls in, we'll take it off the table. If not, we'll take it up at the end of the meeting and figure out what the plan is for this item. So, seeing no one else.
I just ask, will he have to actually go in through the website and register?
Yes.
Okay. I will call him and see if I can get him to do that.
Okay. Mr.
If he goes to the City of Madison Clerk's Office website and clicks on meeting schedule, he should see tonight's ALRC and he can sign
Okay, I can help him find it.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher, did you have a question for Mr. Fleming?
No, just a quick clarification for Alder Revere. Is this for items 10A, B, and item 11, or just 10 and B?
Alder Revere?
Thank you. I actually didn't make a formal motion. I was referring to the entertainment license and the alcohol license. But I actually wasn't the author of the motion that Alderperson Carter seconded. So perhaps Alderperson Carter should make the motion or be considered as having moved to table those items.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Alder Revere, I thought you made the motion. I move to table items 10A and 10B to later in the meeting in hopes that Mr. Beck will register and be able to address the body.
Do we have a second? Mr. Kano Spina seconds. Further discussion, Mr. Fletcher? Do you want to speak to this? You had your hand up. No? Okay. So I don't have anyone else in the queue, so I will record everyone in the affirmative. So that then takes us, so the motion to table passes. That then takes us to item number 11. And Mr. Burbick?
I do not see anyone register for item 11 at this time.
Okay. The committees, let's see, Assistant City Attorney Zilloway.
This one was separated out because of concerns with operational and management issues. We had an alert meeting last August, and there were a number of things that had occurred prior to that meeting, but the primary impetus for the meeting was an event where a security guard who they had hired, who was not licensed, and he carried a firearm, and he had pulled the firearm on people in various circumstances at the establishment in the course of his security duties. He ended up tasing somebody one night, and we had difficulty getting the video from the establishment. The establishment wasn't very cooperative. It looked like the liquor beer agent really didn't have anything to do with the day-to-day operations of the business, which at the alert meeting, he admitted he didn't. And he said that his wife took care of all the day-to-day details, but after our meeting, he said, A, he was going to sell the place, and B, he would start being involved in the day-to-day operations. Since that meeting, there were some random police calls. On March 15th, MPD responded because there were allegedly 2 suspects drinking in the parking lot. And when the officer arrived, Larry Ring, the owner, called the officer a fucking dumbass, called him a fucking idiot multiple times. And when the officer went to leave because of how he was received, and told Mr. Ring to get in touch with him if he needed further assistance, and Mr. Ring told him, fuck you and your department. And then on the 17th, when the Safer at Home shutdown order went into effect, they were open, but they did shut down after MPD told them they couldn't be open. And then I also discovered that it appears Mr. Ring was convicted of an OWI first last September, and he did not disclose that on his renewal application. So.
Okay, questions of Assistant City Attorney Zilloway, Mr. Fletcher, and then Mr. Donald.
Yeah, so in summary, I think you would probably like to hear from from the individual, and I think there would be substantial questions. I guess, Jim, did we hear at all from the individual throughout your course of reminders and indications? Did he indicate he was going to show up here today?
We have not heard anything in the clerk's office.
Is there an individual registered for 12A and B?
There is somebody registered for 12.
I would move to table this, and then we're going to have to go through several items. I think that we're going to have to be caught on the back end and deal with them maybe together. So I would move to table.
Second.
Mr. Donnelly, did you second that?
I did.
Okay, and I'm sorry, did you had your hand up? Did you want to speak to that?
No, I can
Motion?
wait till it comes off the table.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second to table item number 11. Seeing no one with their hand up, I'll record that in the affirmative. So 11 is on the table as well. Okay, that takes us to item 12A, separated liquor license for Summit Station Inc., doing business as Bennett's Meadowwood Country Club. Joe, do we have anyone registered?
We do. We have Joseph Klein registered.
Joseph Klein. Okay, good evening, Mr. Klein. I'm wondering if you could introduce yourself and tell the committee what your relationship is to this establishment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can. Okay. Yeah, Attorney Joseph Klein, and I'm the attorney not only for the Summit Station Inc., but also for the estate of Eugene F. Bennett and for James G. Bennett, the current owner.
Okay. So, Assistant City Attorney Zilvey, could you identify why this was separated?
Yes, this was separated out because, while they do have an adult entertainment license, the license only authorizes them to show pornographic movies at their establishment. It does not allow them to have strippers. And they were having stripper events at the establishment. And there was an advertisement in January or February indicating that they were going to start doing that on a more regular basis. And our zoning administrator saw that and he got in touch with me because in addition to that not being an approved activity, with that license, the certificate of occupancy also does not allow that type of activity. And I did, Attorney Klein got in touch with me today and we had a little back and forth emailing about this. And he said that his client would be willing to sign an affidavit saying that no stripper activity would occur in the future. And then I asked him if he would be willing to have a condition placed on the license that they not have any live stripper events in the future, and he was agreeable to that.
Yes, Your Honor, I did talk with Attorney Zilvey today, and your honors,
Mr. Klein,
I did confer with my client
on your
and
secondary device.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Klein, we're not able to hear you.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds better.
I'm trying to figure out how to
Why don't you
mute it.
start over?
All right. I did speak with Attorney Zilvey this afternoon, and I spoke with my client who was on vacation. And in fact, I talked with him during the process of this meeting, just to make sure that he was on board, and he is definitely on board. I'll give you a little history into this. There was one instance where there was a stripper or a couple of strippers at the establishment. I was not aware of this. My client was out of town, and apparently one of the employees thought this would be a good idea. I read about it in the paper the next day, and there hasn't been one since, and there won't be any. And we are certainly willing to stipulate on the license that there will be no more strippers.
Okay. I have several people in the queue who may have some questions for you. First is Mr. Fletcher and then Alder Carter.
Attorney Klein, I think I understand the explanation that you've provided for maybe the one-off operational kind of mishap, perhaps. But how does that explain this idea of the event being promoted, for future sorts of activities? Because that would probably require some sort of upper management knowledge or awareness if those activities were going to be promoted.
The activity was promoted by the employee that put it on. I think it was a ad in the Isthmus. The owner had nothing to do with it. The bookkeeper didn't know about it until after it happened. I didn't know about it till after it happened. There's been no more advertisements or whatever in any way, shape, or form that has included strippers in the as a promotion, and there will be no more.
And what level of the organization is this employee at who went, as you're kind of framing it, went a little rogue here and organized an event that was not permitted?
He was a bar manager.
And so just to clarify, what you're saying is, to clarify, Attorney Klein, what you're saying is he organized the event by himself. He did the promotion for this event only or other events, just to clarify.
No, there was only one event, and there hasn't been one since, and I believe it was in January. I'm not sure it was Super Bowl weekend, but it might have been.
And there was no promotion for any other event apart from this one, to your knowledge?
None. Unless you wanted to look for a job somewhere else, there was no more promotions.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Alder Carter, then Alder Revere.
Yeah. So my question, two questions. Who owns this establishment?
James Bennett.
Okay. So the advertisement from this bar manager actually, from what I'm hearing, alluded to the fact that there was going to be other future events like this. Correct?
It may have, but there haven't been any, and there won't be any.
Okay. Does this person still work for the establishment?
This person was under the misunderstanding that the entertainment license permitted this, and should have certainly asked me, but didn't. Just
and are they
thought this would be a good idea.
Okay, Attorney Klein, are they still management, even though he's bar manager? Is he still in that position?
He's still in management, but there hasn't been any other stripper shows, and won't be.
Okay, thank you.
He understands the situation.
Okay, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Klein, I have some follow-up questions similar to the question that Alderperson Carter just posed. I have in front of me an article published in the January 30th issue of Isthmus newspaper by Dylan Brogan. And in that article, it states unequivocally that these stripper shows have gone on for 15 to 20 years at Bennett's. Are you familiar with this article?
I'm familiar with this article, but it's the first time since I've represented them, which is 6 years ago, that they ever had any stripper thing. They do. It's just as you are probably aware, once in a while the press doesn't get it right. This is an instance, and there have been no other stripper shows to my knowledge, and I would know because I'm fairly involved. I was fairly involved with Gene Bennett when he was running it. and he wouldn't have had that there. And they have their niche, and that's their niche, and they're happy to do that. But they're not, never have, and do not intend to have any more stripper shows. It's not been going on for.
Are you familiar with?
It was a one-time.
Yep. Mr. Klein,
Attorney Klein.
I'm sorry. If you would wait for the questions to come from the committee before you continue on with your responses, I'd appreciate that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was, the question was done.
Are you familiar with Ashley Martino?
No.
Quoted in the previously referenced article, their title is Bennett's Bar Manager. And both Ashley Martino and other customers are quoted in this article saying that this event has occurred annually and is always the Sunday afternoon before the Super Bowl. I find it hard to believe that there would be several sources quoted in this article stating that this was a one-off event, as you've been led to believe by your client.
All I can tell you is I don't have any knowledge of it if it was a once a year thing at Super Bowl, I think this year I thought was the first time it happened. And it certainly wasn't a recurring thing. But it's not going to happen again. We're willing to put a stipulation on the license that it will not occur.
Okay, I've got.
I was actually.
Assistant City Attorney Zilliby.
I was actually aware of another instance of this in 2018, and I sent a cease and desist letter to Bennett's at that time. And I thought that they had in fact ceased until I saw the ad in the Isthmus for this year.
There may have been a new bar manager. I'm just not aware of it going on, but I know that once it occurred this year, we put a stop to it immediately. There's been no occurrences since the Super Bowl weekend of any strippers being in the establishment.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And we don't intend to do it in the future.
Mr. Chair, I did have at least one more question, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Attorney Klein, are you familiar with the names of any of the managers at the establishment?
Yes.
Could you list them for us, please?
Well, James Bennett, who's the owner, Rhonda and Kenny, and I'm trying to think of what their last names are right now. But they're all aware of this situation, and there's nobody in disagreement. And any new managers that will be brought on will be made aware of what the situation is.
I refer you to your client's filed license renewal, alcohol license renewal application, and on question number 21 asks that all the names of every manager be listed along with their residence. And the only name listed on the renewal application for this year is James Bennett of Oregon. Do you have any idea why the other managers' names are not listed?
I don't. I didn't complete the application. But if you want the names and addresses of the other two, I would certainly furnish them to you or Attorney Zilliby or whoever wants it forthwith. Not a problem.
And then what is Patty Caputo's role at Bennett's?
Bookkeeper.
Because she's She's listed as the contact on the alcohol license renewal.
She's the bookkeeper, and she got your notice yesterday and sent it to me. So she's usually the one that opens the mail and that sort of thing. She goes in every day.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Fletcher and then Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Klein, I'm confused a little bit, so help me out here. Did you say you've been representing this establishment for about 6 years or so?
Well, I represented Eugene Bennett, who was the establishment. It's been a while.
How long have you been?
He died 2 years ago, and I know I represented him at least 3 or 4 years before he died. So.
Okay. So wouldn't you have been aware of the cease and desist letter that Attorney Zillaby referenced earlier on? You just sounded a bit surprised by that fact.
I was not aware of it. I was a little bit surprised. It did show that there was certainly not a pattern. If you do it once a year on Super Bowl Sunday, a lot of people do stuff on Super Bowl Sunday. They don't do the rest of the year. But that
I appreciate that line of reasoning, Attorney Klein.
I mean, it was not what I'm trying to say was not a constant.
Yeah, Attorney Klein, if you could just respond to the questions, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Klein, I think you referenced, this may have been an issue with another bar manager 2 years ago, and the question I put to you is, at what point do we hold the establishment and the agent responsible, and not just the bar managers? Because the responsibility here surely is with Mr. Bennett as the agent. To take operational responsibility for what goes on within the four walls of the establishment, is it not?
It is. At that time, I don't think Mr. Bennett had been, he was the sole heir of the estate. He's now, since that time, since January, that part of the estate has been done. Final accounting and everything is done. We're just waiting for the final tax return so we can clear up the estate. So there was a void there of basically ownership, because it was still in the estate, and so there was some confusion amongst several of the people that were doing it. I know that this past Super Bowl, Mr. Eugene Bennett had a property down in Florida, and that his son was down there getting that property in order, and came back after the Super Bowl. So he wasn't really the owner at that point. He now is, and would be responsible, and is certainly willing to put the stipulation on the license that there will be no more strippers. He was not happy with the situation.
It might also want to.
Besides,
they might also want to change their Facebook page, because they still have ads up on their Facebook for both male and female strippers.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got
I will make sure.
additional-
I don't even know if they know that there's a Facebook out there. So I will. Yeah, we will, whatever, if there's a Facebook out there that has strippers on it, that will be removed immediately. I was not aware of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we've got some additional questions for you, Alder Carter.
Yes,
Alder Carter,
I
did you have some additional
appreciate
questions?
you trying to put a positive. I do. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear
I
me
can.
now?
Yes.
Hello?
Okay. I appreciate
Yes.
you.
Yep, we
Okay. Tom, can you hear me? I appreciate
can-
you,
I can hear
Attorney
you, but
Klein,
your-
trying
your
to put a
picture is
positive
frozen.
spin on this. Oh, am I frozen? Oh, for God's sake. Because I'm sweating.
well, you're.
I can hear you.
Good. So I
Yeah,
appreciate you trying to put a positive spin on this. It's not working for me, but I like the effort. I think that a couple things. I really think that the owner needs to have there's a communication breakdown between the owner's staff and maybe you, as far as not knowing what's going on. And I think that it would behoove you and the owner and James and the management that you listed tonight, which is not on the application, really need to have a sit down and review what you guys agreed with Attorney Zillavi on, because next year I think that this spin is just not going to be working with us. So I think you're going to have to put the hammer down. And I think we
Well-
need to come to some kind of decision,
Sure.
Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. In response to that, all I can say is we did put the hammer down. There hasn't been anything there since Super Bowl Sunday.
Okay.
And there's been no advertisements. There's been nothing else.
Excuse me, Attorney Klein, we've heard that numerous times. I think the committee is all aware of what you're going to stipulate to. I hate to cut you off, but I've got other people in the queue, and I would appreciate you responding to the question and not answering a different question. Mr. Cano Espina.
So, did I hear you say that as an attorney, you say that it is okay to break the law once a year?
No. You did not hear that. If I had known beforehand
You said
that they were going to do that, it
people
wouldn't
do a
have
lot
happened.
of things.
I never said that.
People do a lot of things in this.
And it was not
Okay, so
condoned
if
by
I
me.
hear, let me.
Excuse me.
So I just heard
Attorney Klein, I don't want to have a debate between the two of you. Please wait for the members of the ALRC to ask a question, and then please respond directly to that question. Don't answer a question that you've previously been asked. Okay, Mr. Cano Espina.
So this is what I have difficulty believing what you're proposing and believing that you will follow this, because I heard you said people do a lot of things in the Super Bowl. This is very serious. This is not just something that oh, I ate a little bit more in the Super Bowl. This is opening your business for something that hasn't been approved to do. So I'm very concerned that even though you say it's not going to happen again, it has happened for multiple years. It has happened without the knowledge of the owner of the establishment. It has happened advertised by managers of the establishment. And your cavalier attitude is not very reassuring for me. I actually don't find it appealing that you're trying to make it less serious than what it is. Thank you.
Okay. I apologize.
That wasn't a question. Attorney Klein, that wasn't a question, that was a statement. So let me get to the next person who has a question. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Klein, who is the agent for this establishment?
James Bennett.
How long has he been the agent? Approximately.
3 months. I'd say 3 months, maybe.
3 months. This is not a question for the attorney. Mr. Verbeek, do you know when James Bennett became the agent?
I'll have to look that up real quick.
Okay, well, get back to me when you know. Okay, back to Attorney Klein. You said that a bar manager scheduled strippers on one occasion without approval, correct?
That's correct.
Who was the bar manager?
It was probably Kenny, and I'm sorry I don't have Kenny's last name right here, but I can get that for you. And I apologize if I've given the impression that I thought that this was not, or
Mr. Klein?
we're taking this, that we took this lightly.
Attorney Klein, you know, please just respond to the questions. Mr. Donnelly.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Klein, how long was James Bennett in Florida?
He came back on May 8th.
When did he go down there? Was he gone over the Super Bowl?
He was gone over the Super Bowl. I think he went around the 1st of January.
Are you aware that there is a requirement that the agent of a licensed establishment reside in the state of Wisconsin?
He does reside in the state of Wisconsin. He's got a home in
from
Oregon.
sometime before the Super Bowl until May 8th?
Well, it depends on how you define residing.
I see. Thank you. Okay. So you believe that Kenny was the bar manager in question. Is there someone named Ashley Martino who is a bar manager there?
No, I think she's a reporter for the Isthmus.
So if there were a bar manager with that name, would you be aware of that?
I probably would. Now, was she an employee? I don't know. I don't have a roster of the employees. She was not a bar manager.
Okay. So it is entirely, okay, this is not a question, Attorney Klein. I'm making a statement, not to you, but to the other committee members for their information. It is entirely possible that she is making this up, or in fact that this is a made up account, but there is a Facebook account for an Ashley Martino current, which declares her to be a bar manager at Bennett's. I have no further questions at this time, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Donnelly, I can respond to your inquiry about the liquor beer agent. So James Bennett, looks like they submitted a form for liquor beer agent about this time last year, and it was approved by the ALRC and Common Council, made the final approval on July 16, 2019.
You cut out again, Jim. When was it approved?
By Common Council, July 16 of 2019.
Okay, so he's been manager for close to a year, or I'm sorry, agent for close to a year, including during the time when all of this occurred and when he was, by his attorney's statement, not physically in the state of Wisconsin, regardless of where he technically resided. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, we have another question for you, Mr. Attorney Klein. This is from Mr. Grady.
Yeah, this is just a statement. I have extreme concern about this license. And this has been going on for a long time. There has been no type of communications with the new owner, it sounds like, and the bar managers. They don't know what's expected. They don't know what's not. And when this comes up to a vote, I cannot vote for this. That's the end of my statement. Thank you.
Yeah, if we could hold comments when we have our discussion period. Let's stay focused if we can for questions with Attorney Klein. Assistant City Attorney Zilvey.
Oh, my hand was not up.
Okay. So I have Alder Skidmore.
I too am very concerned about the direction of this discussion, and I'm wondering, since there's so many questions and there's the agent owner is not present and has not been present during the problem time, should we, do we want to talk to him in person, or actually should we be talking to him rather than the attorney? That's my question. Possibly for Jennifer.
Assistant City Attorney Zilvey.
Actually, that was the plan with the zoning administrator and myself. We were going to call him in for a meeting, but then all the COVID stuff blew up and we were unable to do so. And this year in particular, our renewals are on an even tighter timeline because the next council meeting is the 2nd, January 2nd. And that's the last council meeting prior to June 15th. So options for dealing with something like this would be, because of the timeline, we don't have time to actually do a non-renewal hearing if that's what would be desired. And you can renew it and request.
Excuse me, Assistant City Attorney Zilvey. Does anyone have any more questions for Attorney Klein? We can have him just step aside. If we do, we can call him back, and then the committee can go into a discussion of what it would like to do and what its options are. So does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Klein? Or I'm sorry about that, for Attorney Klein. Okay, I don't see any, so don't hang up, Attorney Klein. We may be coming back to you, but what I'd now like to do is have the committee talk about the issues and what they see as next steps. So I'm sorry to cut you off there, Assistant City Attorney Zilvey, but why don't you continue your discussion of what the options are for the committee?
So if you want to see him, of course, you can request his appearance at the next ALRC meeting. But Attorney Brisk can chime in on this, but because of the extremely short timeline, if you were going to do anything about at least the liquor license, it's a little different with the adult entertainment license, but if we're talking about the liquor license, you pretty much have to move it on for renewal. Of course, you can add conditions, but you could move that on and have him appear at the June ALRC meeting and go from there.
Assistant City Attorney Brisk, did you have any?
I would agree with Attorney Zilvey. We're too late in the process to do a non-renewal hearing at this point. We could renew and then refer for revocation hearing. But you do raise an interesting point that is set by statute. Our entertainment license, we would have to make sure we were giving the licensee due process, but the entertainment license does not have the requirements of state statutes. The entertainment license is a local license. And theoretically, if we had a hearing at the council meeting, they could revoke the license at that time. Assume there was a basis for revocation of that license, or non-renewal, I should say. Non-renewal of the entertainment license only. But it's too late in the process to take steps to non-renew the alcohol license. But on the other hand, you may want to refer the whole thing to your June meeting and ask the agent to be present, the manager and agent to be present to discuss at that time, and then make a decision about how you want to proceed on the licenses at that point.
Okay, thank you, Assistant City Attorney Brist. I've got 4 folks in the queue in the order, Alder Carter, then Ms. Westra, then Mr. Fletcher, and then Mr. Cano Espina. Alder Carter.
Yes, Attorney Zillivi, what conditions did you place on there?
Well, the appropriate condition at this point would be no live adult entertainment, meaning no strippers.
Okay. Can you come back to me? I think there should be some other conditions placed on there also.
Okay, I'll leave your mic open and we'll go to Ms. Westra.
I was going to move a motion just to get us started on this. I guess, but I do have one question for Attorney Brist. Are we able to refer this to our June meeting without any legal consequences on our end?
Hold on, we got to open up. Where's Assistant City Attorney Brist?
Unmute.
There we go.
There we go. We cannot non-renew the license. We have to, at this point, it's so late in the process that if we want to take steps against the alcohol license, we have to renew it and then proceed to a revocation hearing.
And the entertainment license?
Well, the entertainment license is not governed by state law, and maybe Attorney Zillivi would like to discuss this too, but I think there's a possibility that we could, I think you have to offer the licensee due process and let them know that you're going to revoke the license. But that doesn't have the statutory requirement that it has to be renewed by, that it has to be renewed and then revoked through a statutory revocation process. I think we have to make sure we are offering due process to the licensee, and we probably need to take some other steps and revoke that license. And I guess the safest thing at this point would be to renew both licenses and then schedule a revocation hearing, schedule a hearing in June or a meeting in June to discuss this further, or put it on the agenda in June.
So I move that we renew both licenses with the new condition for no adult entertainment, and direct the chair and the clerk to add them to our June meeting for a discussion around this license.
We have a second from Mr. Grady. Okay, and also Mr. Cano Espina. So discussion on Ms. Westra's motion. Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the motion. A clarification, though, in terms of, I think, no live adult entertainment, or Jennifer, what was the exact language you wanted to use in terms of no strippers, basically, right? But is it? I don't know if there's something more technical than that.
Well, because the license they have allows them to show pornographic movies, unless you also want to put a stop to that. I would have the condition be no live entertainment. And based upon the discussion with the attorney, I would feel better if it was further set forth, meaning no strippers of any kind.
Is that amenable to Ms. Westra in the seconder of the motion?
Ms. Westra indicates yes, and also Mr. Grady, who seconded it.
I think, Mr. Chair, I do have substantial, I guess, concerns operationally here from just Attorney Klein's responses. It reminded me of our conversations earlier this year with Canopy and that particular application. Different circumstances, but remember, this committee looked very stringently as what you promote online and to the public as being a symptom of bigger operational sorts of either in that case potential issues, in this case acted out issues, seemingly over several years with the agent. In this case, Mr. Bennett, and previously not taking responsibility. Again, to Mr. Kano-Espina's point that he drew out from my conversation with Attorney Klein, this notion that the Super Bowl provides a carte blanche exemption to basically ignore your license conditions or what your establishment is permitted to do. This is not the movie The Purge. This is not anything of that nature. You cannot do that. And this committee provides exemptions through our license condition process. Previously, for kind of one-off sorts of things. So, again, Mr. Chair, I think we found a reasonable solution here, given the timing. I would, to be candid with you, if timing had permitted, voted to start a non-renewal process. So, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kano-Espina, then Alder Carter, and then Alder Skidmore.
Yeah, I first want to apologize to the committee for getting into an argument with the attorney. It wasn't my intention. I was just said. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I got cut. So I was just set back for some of the comments. So I apologize for getting into an argument. Because of the timing, I'm supporting renewal, but I am definitely looking at a non-renewal when we bring them back, or significant restrictions or in the licensing. It seems like this business has been just doing illegal activity because they have been operating things without permission for years. They have had a manager making decisions that they cannot or should not be able to make, and an agent that is absent from the state for a significant period of time. We got reports saying that the business was without leadership, without manager for a significant period of time, and that is not appropriate, particularly with multiple licenses. So I guess this is fair notice to that person. I really need to hear plans, ideas, what they're going to do to make it a good business that follows the law every single day, because that's the expectation that I have. Thank you. And again, I'm sorry.
Alder Carter, then Alder Skidmore, and then Captain Donahue.
Yes, I just want to add that list of all their managers be submitted to us, and their orientation of their staff on what they can do and what they cannot do as a condition. And then finally, I think that I don't know. I would like to see a security plan and a at least I don't want to say monthly meetings, but I do think they need to meet with the police. I think it's West District. Captain, am I right? Is that West District for them?
Midtown.
I think it is.
I think it's Midtown now.
Oh, is it Midtown? Then
It's right at
Midtown.
the border for sure.
You'll correct me. Thank you.
Alder Carter, just to be clear, you were mentioning some things that you wanted to see on the license. Were you interested in those being put on as conditions today, or were you kind of giving some direction to Attorney Fleming as to what is likely to be discussed at the next meeting?
I would really like them on conditions today and being able to discuss it at the next meeting.
Okay.
So can you do that? If not, then this is what needs to be discussed at the next meeting. Either way, I'm fine with.
Well, let's see. Alder Skidmore, we'll get to you and we'll come back to that. Alder Carter. Alder Skidmore.
Thanks. I believe I share Commissioner Fletcher's concerns. I feel like we were, I feel somewhat blindsided by this. Number one, with the severity of it. Number two, that the owner agent is not here to answer. And I feel very uncomfortable about having to do something of this nature, of approving it and then referring it for a revocation. That said, I will be supporting the referral, but I'm going to have some very hard questions. I think we have some very hard questions. I want to hear from the alder of the district. I've texted him, haven't heard anything back yet, but this is very, very concerning to me. And I do think it's important that the owner answer these questions. I think these are very important questions. And I'm not satisfied with what I've been hearing. And while I do appreciate the one condition that's being placed on it now, there may be more, and there may be a different action that we take next month. So that's how I'm approaching this. Thanks.
Joe, I'm trying to unmute Captain Donahue. Can you? Okay.
I think can you hear me?
Yep.
I guess I would just echo much of what's already been said. I think it's important to hear from the folks directly. I think there's been a lot of assumptions, or I'd like some more clarity and confirmation on dates and just the statement about whether or not they know that there's a Facebook page. It's very clear that they're very active on Facebook. So it's clear that they know that there's a Facebook page. I think with all due respect to Attorney Klein, that hearing directly from the folks that are managing and part of the day-to-day operations is going to give us a better idea of how to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. I have no one else in the queue, but we do have Alder Carter's comments about putting additional conditions on, and typically we ask the applicant if those conditions are acceptable to them, but we don't have the applicant here, so perhaps Assistant City Attorney Zilovey or Assistant City Attorney Brist, why don't you weigh in? Would we want to ask Attorney Klein if he's in a position to accept those, or do we want to do something different? So, Joe, can you open up Jennifer and Assistant City Attorney Brist?
Well, I think that an attorney who's representing a client should be able to, on behalf of the client, make those kinds of decisions. But we'd have to hear from Attorney Klein to see whether or not he has authority to do so. But typically, an attorney in this situation before a committee can make those kind of representations. But we do need to have the licenses, the licensee, the license holders permission to add conditions at this point.
All right. Assistant City Attorney Zilovey, any thoughts?
Well, I know the attorney did agree that his client agreed to the condition regarding no live adult entertainment, i.e. no strippers. And if there's no condition that is contrary to statute, such as when we alter the operating hours, I'm not sure that we need the attorney's approval for it.
Okay. All right, well then let's do this. Attorney Klein, I assume you've been listening to this discussion?
I have.
Okay. And were you listening to what Alder Carter was suggesting as additional conditions that she'd like to see added to the license today on this renewal? And if so, are you in a position to agree on behalf of your client that those conditions could be placed on the license?
Could I have Alderman Carter repeat them just so I am positively sure? I didn't hear anything that I thought would be
okay. I'll have
something that I couldn't agree to.
Okay, I'll have Alder Carter review the conditions that she wants put on. Alder Carter?
Yeah, to make this cleaner, so to speak, I would just like Attorney Zilovey to note my conditions that we can discuss at the June meeting, if you will. And then we will go with the conditions that she discussed with the owner and the attorney. And just to add, and I think she did, live strippers for clarification. Thank you.
Okay, so then the additional conditions you just referenced, Alder Carter, will be discussed at the June meeting in context of everything else that will probably be discussed with this license. So we'll only have one condition that's going on, which the applicants already agreed to, and that's the no live entertainment and no strippers.
Can I just add one thing?
No, we're still in discussion here.
Okay, I just was going to say that I can have Mr.
Excuse me.
Anytime you want him, I can get him.
Yeah, well, okay. It would have been nice for him to be here tonight, but
well, if we would have got the letter other than yesterday morning, he might have been.
Attorney Klein, I hate to keep cutting you off, but I need to not have a lot of back and forth here. I think you understand where the committee's coming from, and you should be able to advise your client as to what he should be prepared to discuss at the next meeting. So you don't need to respond to that. So now, I apologize. Jim, did we have a motion in a second? I think we did, to approve renewal of both, and I believe that motion was for both 12A and 12B.
Yeah, there was a motion for 12A and 12B made by Ms. Westra, seconded by Mr. Canospina, and it was to add a condition of no strippers of any kind, and then to put them on the June agenda.
You want to speak to the condition again, Jim? You're cut out.
No strippers of any kind, and then to put them on the June agenda for the ALRC.
Okay. All right, further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll record everyone in the affirmative unless someone raises their hand. And no one has. Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Klein. We look forward to seeing you and your client at the June meeting. Okay, that then, let's see.
Looks like Mr. Beck is an attendee now. If we want to take that item off the table.
Okay, so that was item
10A and 10B.
10A and 10B. Okay, so we have a motion to take items 10A and 10B off the table. Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Kano seconds. No further Alder Carter, did you want to speak to that? Hold on, Alder Carter. I'm trying to unmute you.
I was.
Don't touch your mute button. Let me do it because I keep turning you on. Okay, you're on.
I was just going to second it, but that's
Oh,
fine.
okay. All right. So we've got a motion and a second to take items 10A and 10B off the table. All those in favor, I'll register in the affirmative unless you raise your hand, and no one has. So that takes us to 10A, which is Hoops of Dane County doing business as the Bayou, and also 10B, which is a Center for Performing Arts license renewal, also for Hoops of Dane County. And Mr. Verbeek, you're indicating that Mr. Beck is online?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Beck. Thanks for dialing in. What I'm going to do to make sure everybody is on the same page is I'm going to ask Assistant City Attorney Zilovey to go over the items that she talked about earlier, just to make sure that you're aware of those. And then you can go through them one at a time, and I would appreciate you just answering the questions one at a time, and wait for additional questions from the committee. What I don't want to have is a back and forth during this part of the discussion. So Assistant City Attorney Zilovey, could you go through again what you talked to us earlier about? Joe, I can't unmute her. Okay. Jennifer, you're on.
A number of questions and some concerns regarding the operation of Club Voodoo. The concerns regarding capacity, who's actually running the club, several instances of not reporting batteries and other violent incidents that occurred at the club, some over-serving, video at the location. And I guess I'd like to start with capacity. And it's indicated on your renewal application that your capacity is 498, and then that includes the patio. Dale?
That includes the patio, the first floor, and the second floor.
The first, what's the second floor?
The second, there's...
Are you talking about the basement?
That is the yes.
Because Club Voodoo is in the basement, correct?
No, that's not correct. The Club Voodoo is also on the patio. We let customers go on the patio, and if it's busy enough, we also open up the bar upstairs. And we have not had it.
What's the primary location?
Well, the primary location is actually the whole place, depending on how many people. We haven't had that much capacity to warrant opening the upstairs but we do have the patio open.
It was my understanding that you were a restaurant, but then you had this club in the basement.
No, I have the entertainment license. That is not correct. It's always been a restaurant bar with a nightclub because I have the license that says that. So.
And what's the capacity for the basement?
I believe the capacity is 180 for the basement and 320 for the first floor and patio, with a total of 480, I believe.
Where does the entertainment take place?
It depends on what we're doing. We've had entertainment upstairs. We've had entertainment downstairs.
What % of the time is the entertainment downstairs?
We run Club Voodoo, 10% of our total hour operation. So we are open 66
What does
hours
that
as
mean?
a restaurant / brewery, and then we are. What does what mean?
That you operate Club Voodoo 10% of the time. What exactly does that mean?
If you take our total hours that we are open, 66 hours of the week, which is 90% of our total hours that we are open, we are a restaurant / brewery. 7 hours of the week, which is 10% of our hours, we are Club Voodoo.
What nights do you operate Club Voodoo?
Friday night, Saturday night, 10 to 1:30, which accumulates to 7 hours, 10% of their total hours.
It's not open on Thursday nights?
It's never open on Thursday night. The only nights that it's ever been open is Friday and Saturday nights, 10 o'clock to 1:30, which is 7 hours a week, which is 10% of our total hours.
And who manages Club Voodoo?
I do. It's a combination between me, the security staff, which is Tyrone Buckingham, and the DJ, which is Pablo Daniel. We've been doing this for 10 years. We have bi-weekly meetings for anything that comes up or how we can improve things in different situations that come up. So we run meetings monthly, or if it needs to be bi-weekly. And you can typically find me on Friday night out in the parking lot or at the front door.
Who's responsible for the Facebook page?
It depends on what you're looking at. If you're looking for north of the bayou, Jessica Mayazato is in charge of that.
Club
and
Voodoo.
If you're looking for Club Voodoo, Pablo Daniel sets up the Facebook page. But again, we work together on different things that are put on the page.
Because from the Facebook, it looks like the entertainment pretty much exclusively takes place in the basement.
It depends again on how many people we have coming in. We have run it upside. That is incorrect. It depends again on what we are doing, different situations. We have opened up the upstairs bar, depending on how many people come in. We have the outside patio open. It just depends.
So your total building capacity is 460. The capacity allowed in the basement is 160.
480.
No, it's 460.
Right, and we never hit. I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying we never hit capacity on Friday or Saturday night. For that, we never hit capacity any night of the week at 480.
Mr. Beck, the question that Assistant City Attorney Zilovey was asking is to confirm the capacity that you're authorized for. Assistant City Attorney Zilovey, you want to ask the question again?
Right, so your total capacity is 460. You're allowed 168 in the basement, correct?
And then we are also allowed, what they never split the capacity between the first floor and the patio, because the patio is always open. So you would have to take the capacity from, you would have to take the capacity of the patio and add that into the 180. That would be the capacity of the total capacity if the bar upstairs is not open. If the bar upstairs is open, then it would be the 468 or whatever you said it was.
It's 460. And that includes the outdoor.
We never.
How do you monitor capacity on?
What's that?
How do you monitor capacity on Club Voodoo nights?
We monitor the capacity with a clicker and a number. We have a clicker that counts the people going in. And we have a clicker that counts the people going out. We have a clicker that goes onto the patio. We have a counting clicker. So every time somebody walks in, you hit the number, and it goes to 1. Another person walks in, you hit it, it goes to 2. Then we have another one for the people exiting the building, and then between those two, we subtract or minus to get the capacity, because we hold people up at the door if need be.
And if you're not utilizing
really
the main floor, where is the entrance for Club Voodoo?
The entrance is in the double doors that go into the building.
Mr. Beck, this is the chair. I'd ask you at the beginning of this to only answer the questions you're being asked. I said, this is the chair. I mentioned to you at the beginning of this discussion to only answer the questions you're asked. Please. Assistant City Attorney Zilovey.
Where is the entrance for Club Voodoo?
It's the main entrance of the building in front.
So if the restaurant portion is closed and you're not using that and only the basement is being used for the club, how do patrons get into the club?
They have to walk through the front door. They get wanded. They get their IDs checked. And then they enter through the stairs that goes down to the lower level.
And if you are only using the basement for the club, how do you keep people out of the first floor?
We have control bars that we rope off the first floor, but the bars also allow them to go onto the patio, and we have security. We actually have 3 security at the door and 1 on the patio.
So on Friday and Saturday nights, and obviously not currently, but when conditions are normal, you have 4 security staff at Club Voodoo?
No, we have as many as 10, 9 and 10.
Every Friday and Saturday night?
That's correct.
Because in all the police reports I read, they seem to only have contact with 1 security person.
Is that a question?
And there's not a mention of others. That's the statement. Do you have a
Is that a
protocol
question?
for, that was not. Do you have a protocol when there are fights and or batteries occurring as to what security staff is supposed to do?
Yes.
What is it?
It was included in the security plan that I submitted with my application. You should have it on file.
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so why don't you tell me what your protocol is, please?
For any situation comes up, the head security person makes a decision whether the police should be called or not get called. And he's very active with corresponding with the police. The police come in, we welcome them. They drive through the parking lot. We got a good relationship with the security, with the police department. So it's a case-by-case situation, a night-by-night situation, depending on the severity of the incident that happens. They are to call the police.
Do you have a protocol in place to prevent over-serving?
Yes, we don't allow over-serving.
And what's the protocol for not over-serving?
We have a breathalyzer that we can check people, because generally when people come in, some are intoxicated already. So we have those people blow into a breathalyzer to see if they've been overserved somewhere else. And that is, the breathalyzer is something we use continuously through the night.
At the end of the night, what happens out in the parking lot?
We close early, the lights come off, the music gets shut down. We kind of staggered the people going out. Last call is at 1:15, and so we stagger the crowd leaving. First, we have certain staff, the security staff, that goes out into the parking lot. And then when the people have cleared most of the building, then all the security staff will be out in the parking lot. And that's be up to 9-10 people on the lot.
In terms of the under 21 that are on premise, how do you monitor that?
They come to the door. They have to give us a driver's license. We keep the driver's license. They have to blow into a breathalyzer that reads 0. And then to get their driver's license back, they have to blow into the breathalyzer and that has to be 0. And then they get their driver's license back or their ID. And we limit the amount of underagers that come into the establishment.
How do you limit them?
How do we limit them?
Right.
Because we keep track of wristbands. If they're a minor, they get a wristbands, plus we have their ID. So, and we usually limit it to 20 people, 20 to 30 underagers, depending on how many people are there. If there's more 21 and up, it will be less minors.
So you don't wristband the over 21?
Everybody gets wristbanded. If you have to be if you come into the establishment, you get a blue wristband if you're over 21, and then you get a white wristband that says under 21. So everybody has a wristband that's in the establishment.
Are the 21 and up also hand stamped?
No, we don't. We don't hand stamp. We go with the wrist brace, because the hand stamp can be washed off.
Well, the ordinance requires both a wristband and a hand stamp for over 21.
We can do that, but we've tried that in the past and they've washed that off. So we can easily, if they take off the wristband, we easily see that they have taken off the wristband.
Well, but they're supposed to have both.
Okay, right. We can do that. We just found.
I don't have any more questions. I'll just let the committee know that in researching this, I discovered several batteries and fights that were not reported to the police department. The police reports were a result of the victims calling police at a later time. And at least one of them, the victims said security told them to go home and call the police. In 2018, there were at least 2 OWIs that basically took place in the parking lot there. One, they drove through the lot and tried to go to the on-ramp to Stoughton Road. And the other one drove into a fence in the parking lot. And then another individual passed out in a vehicle in the parking lot. Which is why I was asking what happens at closing, whether the parking lot is swept and they make sure that everybody's gone. But that's the end of my questions.
Okay, additional questions of Mr. Beck, members of the committee? Okay, and we are discussing both 10A and 10B. So questions for both the liquor license and entertainment license. Okay. All right, Mr. Beck, we don't have any additional questions, so just stand by. We may come back to you. The committee now is going to talk amongst the members as to their views and what they see as next steps. So Mr. Fletcher and then Mr. Cano Espina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if Captain Donahue has any comments from the police department's perspective.
I
Captain
did not
Donahue?
receive any information. I did not receive any information from the captain of the district.
And then I guess the question for Attorney Zillaby is, does she have any recommendations for the committee based on her line of questioning and concerns?
I think the licenses need to be updated to accurately reflect what the capacity situations are for the various parts of the establishment. And I'm not clear what all the conditions are on the license, because the copy that I have talks about the security plan and then it amends some of the provisions, and I can't really tell what those provisions are. But I think a condition that requires them to call the police when there is a crime committed, such as a battery, that should be a condition on the license.
Thank you.
Mr. Cano Espina.
I was gonna ask Jim if there are can you read the current conditions that this establishment has?
Yeah, so it's attached to the packet. So there's 3 conditions. First is capacity will be maximum of 480 with the basement being limited to 168. Second is the security plan provided by the applicant be a part of the license conditions with the following changes. Item 2 shall be amended to read security in lots at all times on nights that are busy. Entertainment is provided. Item 3 shall be amended to read will go up as the night goes on to $15, then to $20 or higher based on time. And 3 is the premises shall at all times abide by the terms of the security plan provided by the Common Council, a copy of which shall remain on the premises and available. It seems like it kind of cuts off. I'm not quite sure why that is.
I don't think we picked up the last part of your conditions, Jim.
It seems like the conditions of the license sort of cut off. So I'm going to go into our licensing program and see if it's just missing something generated onto the license.
Can I ask a question to our assistant attorney, Celebi?
Absolutely.
So it seemed like you had a lot of questions about the capacity and how they do the capacity. Is your concern that the place is over capacity or that they're using the business in an inappropriate way? Like my thinking with the line of questions that you had was that for the club part of the business, that the total capacity was 168 and that they should not have the whole 480, but it seems like they do have the whole 480 when they do have a lot of people. Is that your concern, or what was the concern? Can you clarify a little bit more about that?
Well, my primary concern is packing the basement.
Oh.
If you see videos from the club, it's very packed. I've seen videos of some pyrotechnics in the basement. So it's just because it's in the basement, and from the videos, it appears to be very, very packed with people, and that's obviously a safety issue. And the entertainment license says the maximum capacity for the lower level is 250. So I didn't know if that's what he was actually using for his capacity, but that's obviously inaccurate on the license.
So do you feel that 168?
I'm sorry, ask the question again, Mr. Kano.
Sorry. Yes. Do you feel that 168 is too much, or do you think that they are going over 168 based on the pictures that you see?
I mean, that's certainly a possibility because like I said, his entertainment license lists a capacity of 250 for the basement. So I don't know if that is what he has been using.
Can I ask the applicant to clarify that for us? How many people actually do you have at the basement tops?
Mr. Beck?
Yes, sir.
Question from Mr. Kano Espino was, what do you believe your maximum capacity of the Club Voodoo is?
At the basement, in the basement.
At the basement, well, there was some issues on that. It was at 250, then it was updated to 180. But like I say, we click people going down and we use the patio because we have a nice patio and people got to get out onto the patio to take a break.
So how many people do you stop admitting to the basement at this time?
It would be the 180.
And I believe that I heard Jim said 168 for the basement.
I thought it was 180, but it's only a matter of 15 people.
Jim, you want to clarify that for Mr. Kano-Spina, just to make sure? I believe he's right, but is it 168?
Yeah, on the condition on the entertainment license says 250. However, the condition on the alcohol license, the first one says the capacity will be a maximum of 480 with the basement being limited to 168.
Okay, so I think that it will be good to make sure that both licenses have that lower number of 168 whenever we get to a motion to make it clear and that there is no confusion. And it seems like an honest confusion of like, what is my real capacity? But we are concerned with having that basement being packed. You didn't say anything about the $15-20 when you were talking on your procedures. Do you still do that?
Yeah, we still.
This is for the applicant.
Cover charge. Yes, we still do that.
And you also did not say that you have security in the parking lot at all times. You kind of basically said at the end of the night you will have security in the parking lot. But my understanding is that there's a condition that you have to have security in the parking lot at all times.
We do have security in the parking lot at all times. If you come on Friday, you'll see me.
So you are the security in the parking lot on Fridays?
I'm one of the 9 security that are there, and I am there with another person and 3 at the door.
Okay, and on Saturdays, you keep mentioning Fridays, but you also operate Saturdays?
Yes.
You are the security on Saturdays too?
I have been there on Saturdays and Fridays, but we have 9 security. I have my head security has been with us for 10 years.
And the head security person is there every week?
Every Friday and Saturday.
Okay. And how you said that the head security person has good relationship with the police, but we also hear reports from an attorney that there were some incidents of recommending people in your establishment not to call the police and actually report incidents after from home. Do you have any comments about that?
Yes, there might be an altercation. We calm the altercation. Everybody goes home, and then whatever happens after they leave the place, they then call. So a lot of
but
these calls.
But it is your statement that you're. Sorry, it is your statement that you or your officers will not, or your security personnel will not recommend to a person from your business not to call the police at that time?
No, that is incorrect. We tell customers and work with customers if there is a situation, if we need to call the police, and we'll also recommend that they call the police.
And you would not be against, therefore, you would not be against to a restriction in your license that says that you must call the police when any crime happens, like Attorney Sillaby is asking us to put?
We already do that.
So therefore, you will not be against that type of statement in your license?
It's just that it should be documented when the call come in, because from the experience that we have there, a lot of few of these calls come in after everybody has gone home. and then they change their mind. It could be the
Okay.
next day.
Thank
could
you so
be
much.
Later in the night.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beck.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Skidmore and then Alder Carter.
Yes, thank you. This might be a question for Attorney Zilvey or for the applicant. I know Jim just forwarded the security plan, but my computer froze up and I wasn't able to download it quickly enough. I want to follow up on your security measures. I'm a little confused, and maybe it's in the security plan. You say you provide security. Is this a licensed security company, or are you providing it yourself? I guess that would be directed to the owner.
This is our own security staff.
Okay, so you have 10 security on staff. Do you have okay, that surprised me a little bit. Do you have any protocol for these individuals? Am I correct in assuming none are licensed by the State Department of Safety and Protective Services?
That's correct.
Okay, do you have a training plan? Do you have a weapons plan? Do any of your officers, I shouldn't call them officers, do any of your staff carry weapons?
We don't carry weapons, but they are licensed to carry.
Okay, and since they're not licensed by the state, that means that they have concealed carry permits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that opens another can of worms. I don't think I have any more questions at this point.
Alder Carter. I don't have you unmuted yet here. I'm trying. Joe, can you unmute Alder Carter, please?
Alder Carter, you might be getting a prompt on your screen that is asking for your permit. There you go.
My question is that, Mr. Beck, when you say that you break up an altercation in your parking lot, do you advise the participants in that altercation, if it continues off your property, they should call the police?
I don't understand your question.
So if you break up an altercation on your property and then they leave and the altercation continues, are you advising them before they leave to call the police if it continues, or is it done with as far as you're concerned? I'm just trying to figure out your policy. There's no right or wrong answer with what I'm asking. Just asking for clarification.
If there is an altercation in the parking lot, we defuse the altercation. Okay. We also have a form that is filled out by the security, describing what happened, the time, and it's a form that they fill out. After the customer leaves the parking lot and goes home, we have no idea what happens after that. There's no way we could.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Additional questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Is the committee ready for a motion? Mr. Fletcher.
Question for Jim. Jim, the way I read the security plan that you forwarded to the committee, does it render the updated security plan, maybe, does it render the condition 2 on the license moot at this point?
Sorry, I'm just going through it right now.
Well, I guess it still modifies it a little bit, I guess, yeah.
It does, yeah.
Thank you. I was just trying to figure out a way to get rid of it because I don't think that would be consistent with what we do currently in terms of the way conditions are phrased. It does make it awkward to have to refer back to the security plan in some way to get a partial amendment. So
it would seem like it'd be easier to have the applicant revise the security plan and keep that on file than put addendums as conditions on the license.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, thank you.
Joe, Captain Donahue's got her hand up, but I can't unmute her. There we go. Okay. Captain Donahue.
I apologize for weighing in late. I was taking a peek at the security plan. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Beck if it's not too late.
No, Mr. Beck?
Mr. Beck, I have a couple of questions for you. Do you have a policy about your staff drinking while they're working? And if so, what is that policy?
Nobody is allowed to drink.
And does that include you?
I don't drink. It does include me, and I don't drink. I haven't drank for many, many years.
Okay. And then in the security plan, I'm sorry, it says that your security is based on the type of crowd, which night of the week it is, and how many people are predicted to attend. Do you pre-sell entry, or is it all at the door? I guess my question is, do you have 9 security people every weekend regardless, or is it that you base it on, I'm not sure what type of crowd means and the other criteria that you have listed in your security plan?
We have 9 security every Friday and every Saturday. And if we don't have enough customers to validate, then we will send somebody home. Or again, if we get more, then we call somebody in.
Okay, so you start the night with 9 regardless.
Yep.
Okay. I think that is all that I have. I think that's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher,
I didn't have anything further, Mr. Chair. Thank you, though.
Okay. Okay, I don't have anyone else in the queue. Do we have a motion or additional discussion? Captain Donahue.
Is it possible to have a condition in the license that says that the staff will not consume any alcohol?
Are you asking one of the assistant city attorneys? Okay, how about Assistant City Attorney Brist?
I think you can have that condition put on a license, yes.
Okay. Did you have any other questions, Captain Donahue? Okay. Discussion? Mr. Grady. Let me try to unmute you here. And I am having a difficult time. Joe, can you do it?
Mr. Grady, you might be receiving a prompt on your screen to okay unmuting you.
Okay, you're on, Mr. Grady.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve both licenses with the following conditions. The capacity will be a maximum of 480, with the basement being limited to 168. Number two, that the security plan provided by the applicant be part of the license and that it be listed here with amended changes. If Jim, we can do that. I hope we can. And three, that the premise shall at all times abide by the terms of the security plan approved by the Common Council, copy of which shall be maintained on the premise and available. And also number four, that staff will not drink during time of duty.
Okay.
Second.
Mr. Kano Espina?
That is a second, and maybe an addition to it, if it's friendly, that the establishment will have to call the police when any criminal activity happens.
Yes, good. That's fine with me.
Okay.
I think that's what Assistant Sillaby wanted, so.
That's a friendly amendment. Mr. Fletcher?
Jim, could you go through the suggestion earlier regarding this business about including amendments to the security plan and kind of just suggest maybe a slightly easier path forward for you and future committee members?
Excuse me. I mean, I would just say that the amendments that are listed, if the applicant could, if the licensee could make those changes and then include them in a revised security plan, that would be the best course forward.
And submit them prior to the Common Council meeting where this is approved, obviously, right? So that you'd have the updated security plan as part of the packet to abide by.
Yep, that's correct. And then if I could for Mr. Grady, so with the conditions I read, now it was listed on the version of the alcohol license that was attached. It did cut off when it said available, and the whole condition should say the premises shall at all times abide by the terms of the security plan approved by the Common Council, and then in parentheses, a copy of which shall be maintained on premises and available for inspection at all times, and a copy of which shall be kept on file with the city clerk's office. That available for inspection and copy of the clerk's office was cut off on the license, but it will be on any future licenses.
Mr. Grady indicates he's comfortable with that. Mr. Kano Espina? He's comfortable as well. Okay. So Alder Skidmore?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Captain and possibly for Jennifer. I finally did have a chance to look at the revised security plan. I'm hesitant to acknowledge that it is a security plan because it doesn't say anything about qualifications for the people that are doing the security. It's more like staff that are being designated for security. I've heard that there are individuals that are carrying weapons with a concealed carry permit, but we know nothing about the level of training or if they've had defense and arrest techniques, de-escalation techniques, or anything else that the state requires for ongoing training. And that concerns me greatly, in particular with some of the comments that ACA Zillavi was referring to before the applicant got on. I'm very concerned about this. And Captain Donahue, how do you feel about having up to 10 people working at a venue with a lot of alcohol with untrained I shouldn't say that, with individuals who are licensed to carry a weapon, carrying a weapon, who may or may not have appropriate training. I'm very concerned, and I can't support this security plan. I'm just wondering your opinion.
I guess I would ask for clarification. I thought that the statement was that while they were licensed to carry, they were not carrying.
No, that's not what I heard earlier, and I guess this is more of a question. Do you feel comfortable with this level of security in this venue?
Well,
given that they're not licensed by the state.
If they are carrying concealed while they're working, I am not comfortable with that. But I thought that he said they were not carrying concealed. I think overall the security plan, if we have security concerns, I think the security plan is a little bit thin all the way around.
Jennifer, do you have any follow-up comments?
I too thought that he said they were not carrying firearms. Maybe we can get some clarification from him on that.
Yeah.
Consider that a question for the applicant.
Mr. Beck?
Yep.
Question on the committee's part, you may have heard it, is you indicated that some of your staff have concealed carry permits. Do they carry while they're working for you?
No.
His plan states that they are identified as security, which is something that we always want to see, that security is identified as such, so that if police end up coming to something that is in progress, they can identify security from patrons. So I'm comfortable with his plan at this point.
Alder Skidmore, did you have?
No further questions.
Okay. I don't have anyone else in the queue. So any further adjustments to Mr. Grady's motion? Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Jim, can you read out just exactly where we've landed on everything now after kind of changes, et cetera?
Sure.
Thanks.
Condition 1, the capacity will be a maximum of 480, with the basement being limited to 168. Number 2, the security plan provided by the applicant be a part of the license conditions. Number 3, the premises shall at all times abide by the terms of the security plan approved by the Common Council, a copy of which shall be maintained on premises and available for inspection at all times, and a copy of which shall be kept on file with the city clerk's office. Number 4, staff will not drink during time of duty. And number 5, establishment must call the police when all criminal activity occurs on premises.
Great, thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will record everyone in the affirmative since, did you raise your hand, Alder Skidmore?
Yes.
Okay.
Would like a roll call.
Okay. Mr. Verbeek?
Okay, one second. All right. Skidmore?
No.
Revere?
Aye.
Skidmore, no. Alder Revere, aye. Cano-Spina?
Sorry, aye.
Espina, aye. Westra?
Aye.
Westra, aye. Donnelly?
Aye.
Donnelly, aye. Grady? Grady?
Grady? Mr. Grady, how do you vote?
Grady, you probably have a prompt on your screen.
Aye.
Grady, aye. Carter?
Aye.
Carter, aye. Fletcher?
Aye.
Fletcher, aye. The count is 7 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. And that was for both 10A and 10B. Okay, just to make sure. All right, so we've got, thank you, Mr. Beck.
You're welcome.
So we've got 3 items on the table, items 4, 5, and 11.
Chair, we do have one of the applicants is here. The applicant for item number 5.
Item
the
number,
licensee.
okay. So applicant for number 5, which is, and we have an interpreter for number 5 as well?
We do.
Okay, why don't you swear in the interpreter, Mr. Verbeek?
I'm trying to unmute the interpreter. There might be a prompt. There you go. Thank you.
Interpreter, if I could have you raise your right hand, I'm going to just trust you on that. And if you can affirm that you'll accurately interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No, is the interpreter? Is the interpreter there?
No, yo soy González. No sé si el intérprete nos escucha. Bueno.
So,
¿Sí me escucha? Sí, bueno. ¿Me escucha?
Mr. Cano Espina, does not sound like we have an interpreter here. Do you?
No, that's the applicant saying, that's Mr. Gonzalez. I don't know if the interpreter is there and if he's saying, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I haven't heard the interpreter saying anything.
Okay.
He was on, okay, he's unmuted again. Are you there, interpreter?
Sí.
Okay.
That's the applicant again.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I'm going to mute the applicant. The applicant's muted.
Yeah, if you can mute the applicant, that will be good. That way it's not.
And the interpreter just communicated with me by email not long ago. I'm not sure if they're having difficulties.
And I cannot do interpretation, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can I explain to the applicant that we're just waiting for the interpreter, or that is also not appropriate?
I think you can do that.
I see Attorney Brisk nodding his head, so I'm assuming that you can.
So, en este momento estamos esperando por el intérprete, no está conectándose en este momento. So, vamos a esperar un ratico que se conecte el intérprete y luego seguimos.
Sí, está bien, entonces yo espero acá.
And he's saying, okay, I will wait here. I just said in this moment, we're waiting for the interpreter. We're having some problems with the interpreter connecting, but as soon as the interpreter connects, we will continue. And he said, okay, I will be waiting here.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Cano Espina. So, Mr. Verbeek, the interpreter was signed in and then is signed out now.
The interpreter just emailed me and said that they're going to try connecting through their phone because they are talking. We just can't hear them.
Okay.
Registering in Zoom.
So, Joe, will you see them pop into your queue?
Yeah, it should pop in.
Okay. While we've got Mr. Gonzalez there, we'll just wait a minute for the interpreter to.
I will say while we're waiting here, I did, while we were on a different item, I did attempt to call all the licensees that were not here right now. Mr. Gonzalez was one of them.
I also tried calling Larry Ring from the Joe Beck's item, and then the other item for WB West. And I got a line that said the voicemail box was not set up yet. I sent the email again that I sent out to the applicant. I also sent an email to Larry Ring and the other email that was on file for that item as well. And obviously, I don't see anyone registered for those items, and I don't see anyone here in attendance either, other than the folks that we already know are here.
Okay, so
Can I make a motion to put this item on the table, and then we can deal with the other ones until we wait? And
It looks like the interpreter has called in.
there we go.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me now?
So the interpreter is online. So I believe, Mr. Verbeek, so do you want to swear them in?
Sure. Interpreter, if I can have you raise your right hand if you affirm that you'll accurately interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English.
I swear.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, for the interpreter's benefit, I'm going to ask the city clerk to identify why this was separated, and then if you could relay that to Mr. Gonzalez and ask him for a response.
I can do that.
Mr. Verbeek?
The reason that this applicant was separated is because the line for the doing business as name, the line for the capacity, and the line for the question about reporting profit or loss on taxes were all left blank on the renewal.
I wasn't able to understand the last thing you said about the profit and loss.
There's a question on the renewal form that affirms whether the yes or no, if the applicant will report profit or loss on taxes.
Okay.
And that question, that there was no boxes checked on that.
Okay, yes, I can explain that to the applicant. Señor González, la razón por la cual su solicitud de renovación fue separada del resto para ser aprobada es porque usted en la solicitud dejó en blanco 3 líneas. La línea que pide el nombre bajo el cual usted está operando su negocio. Eso en inglés se llama doing business as. Esa línea estaba en blanco. También dejó en blanco en la solicitud la línea para la capacidad de personas, es decir, el aforo, lo que en español se conoce como aforo, o sea, para cuántas personas tiene capacidad su local. Y también dejó en blanco la pregunta sobre si usted va a reportar sus ganancias o pérdidas. Era una pregunta de sí o no, y también quedó en blanco eso.
Sí, le pido una disculpa. Mi esposa llenó la aplicación y cometió ese error de no llenarle ahí esa línea donde dice trade name, doing as business, creo, ahí va Taquería El Jalapeño, y en la otra, en la 10, donde habla de que si se va a reportar, siempre se reporta porque la información se le lleva al contador y el contador tiene toda la información. Donde habla de la capacidad que mi esposa llenó, donde dice indoor, ahí es donde creo que va la capacidad que tenemos para las personas y también se equivocó. Le pido una disculpa.
So I apologize. My wife filled out that application and she made a mistake on those items. Doing business as should be Taquería Jalapeño. And then for the question 10, which is whether profit or loss will be reported, the answer is yes, it is always reported because that's what the accountant does, and he has all of the information. And for the capacity, that would be indoor and my wife made a mistake there, and I apologize for that.
So on the application, it did say there was a check on indoor, but what we're actually looking for is a number. And I'm curious what his capacity number is.
Sí, en la solicitud, señor González, sí marcaron la cajita que decía indoor, esa sí estaba marcada, pero lo que faltó es el número, el número de personas.
Ajá, sí. Exacto, sí, exacto. Eso es lo que faltó que le pusiera ahí. Porque dice ahí, please leave the lowest approach capacity for each category the apply. Entonces, creo que la pregunta está un poco confusa, pero se refiere, me imagino, a la cantidad de personas que nosotros podemos tener en el establecimiento, ¿verdad?
So yes, we missed that number. The question, the way it's phrased was a bit confusing. So I guess it refers to the number of people that we can have at the location. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Sí, correcto.
Okay. Bueno, nosotros tenemos 12 mesas de 6 personas, una capacidad en las mesas de 72 personas. Eso es lo que nosotros tenemos.
So we have 12 tables. Each table sits 6. So our capacity is 72 people.
Y tenemos unas sillas en la barra que son creo que 4 o 5.
And we have some stools at the bar. I believe 4 or 5 of them.
I think I'd have to go back and look, but I think when the initial application was filed, the number 60 for capacity was put on the application. Does that sound familiar?
You cut off at the end. I'm sorry.
The initial application for the alcohol license, I believe, had 60 as a capacity. Does that sound familiar?
Sí, inicialmente su solicitud la solicitud original era de 60 personas, ¿es correcto?
Sí, eso fue.
Yes, that's what it was.
Okay. Would the licensee be able to submit a revised version of his renewal form with the corrected information?
Señor González, ¿usted podría enviar una nueva forma de renovación con la información correcta?
Oh, sí, por supuesto. Va a ser ahora sí que igual como la que nos mandaron. Así, ¿verdad? Ya nada más hay que volverla a llenar con la información correcta.
Yes, of course. So it's going to be the same one that was sent before, and we will just fill in the information, right?
Correct. Just fill in the missing information.
Sí, solamente llenar la información que faltaba.
Oh, sí. Y le pido otra vez una disculpa. Lo haremos con gusto y lo más pronto posible.
Yes, absolutely. We'll do that with pleasure, and we'll do it as soon as possible. And my apologies again.
Okay. I've got 3 folks in the queue, Assistant City Attorney Brist, then Mr. Fletcher, then Mr. Cano Espina.
I think this is a question for the clerk, but maybe the licensee will be able to answer as well. But it appears that the agent is named Hernandez, and we're talking to Mr. Gonzalez. I understand.
Yeah, Hernandez. She's my wife.
Okay. Why are you answering the questions instead of your wife?
My name is in the license too, right?
Well, the license is in the name of a limited liability company.
He is one of the members of the LLC.
He's a member of the LLC. Okay.
Correct. Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
But if you want, okay.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. Just a question for the applicant. Did the applicant receive any reminders from the city clerk's office to fill in this information?
Señor González, ¿usted recibió recordatorios del secretario de la ciudad para reportar esta información?
Eso es lo que le pregunté a mi esposa por estos errores y ella me comentó que normalmente cuando algo falta de llenar, le regresan la llamada y la corregimos, pero en este caso ella me comenta que no, nadie le llamó. Eso es lo que me dice. Y luego le hablé para preguntarle que qué había pasado. Se me hizo muy raro.
¿A quién le habló, perdón?
A mi esposa.
Okay. Yes, my wife indicated that normally when there's a mistake of this sort or an omission of this kind, we get a call back from the city asking us to fix or enter the information that was missing, provide information that was missing. But in this case, it didn't happen. So that's what I heard from her.
It looks like we did send an email on April 14th at 2:43 p.m. It would have not come from me. It would have come from Jennifer Haar in our office. She's the liaison from the clerk's office for this license.
Ok. Lo escucho.
Sí, dice que el 14 de abril, como a las 2:43, le enviaron un correo electrónico de recordatorio sobre estas cuestiones y no vino del señor Verbeek, sino de la señora Jennifer Harry, que es abogada.
Ajá. La verdad, los emails no los checamos muy seguido porque estamos trabajando casi la mayoría del tiempo. Tenemos las compañías de deliveries que nos están entrando correos de las órdenes y usted sabe, a veces las tiendas también mandan correos, entonces son miles de correos que llegan y la verdad no estamos así como revisándolos todos los correos que llegan y eso fue lo que pasó. Entonces ahora vamos a tener que estar más atentos a los correos.
Yes, we've been getting a lot of emails and we missed this one. We've been getting a lot of emails from delivery companies and providers, and we're unable to check every single email. It seems that we're going to have to be more on top of our email from now on.
I just think I think it's just important to be diligent about that. Just so that we don't have to have you here, next week just over a paperwork sort of issue, basically. Thank you.
Mr. Kano Spina.
Do you want to interpret the last statement from the previous person?
Yes, it was cutting off a little bit, pero sí. Sí, señor González, es difícil dar seguimiento a todos los emails, pero es importante ser diligente y tratar de hacerlo.
Sí, normalmente cuando llenamos las aplicaciones, marco para ver si algo faltó y darle seguimiento. En este caso, con todo ahorita lo que igual estaba pasando, lo del coronavirus, entonces hemos estado haciendo cambios y le pregunté yo a ella de la licencia y me dijo que había mandado la aplicación. Entonces, pues, con todos estos cambios que hemos tenido que hacer de ver qué horarios vamos a trabajar, entonces pues, el tiempo se nos pasó.
Yeah, so I normally when I see an email that is asking for that contains an action item, I flag it and I follow up on it. This time around, it's been a little crazy with the COVID situation and all of the changes we've been having to implement. So when I asked about my wife about the renewal, license renewal, that's when we figured out that something was missing.
Señor González, my question for you will be about the capacity. You mentioned 72 plus 4, but is our understanding that your capacity or you requested for 60? Can you clarify that and make sure that you actually are functioning with the right capacity?
Yep. ¿Necesita que le traduzca eso o si lo entendió?
Eso sí lo entendí. Sí, es para.
Can you actually, sorry, can you actually interpret everything,
Sure.
please?
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
Sí.
So, Mr. Gonzalez, my question is about capacity, because today you said that you have capacity for 72 plus 4, but your original application, in your original application, you requested a capacity for 60. Can you explain to us what happened and whether you are functioning or you are operating at the right capacity?
Ok, espero. Sigue.
Sí, ya me.
Yep.
Yeah. Did I just repeat what you said in English? And I should have said it. Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, señor González, sí. La pregunta era sobre la capacidad. Usted indicó que tiene capacidad para 72 más 4, pero en su solicitud original usted pidió capacidad para 60. ¿Puede, por favor, explicar qué pasó y cómo está haciendo para operar a su capacidad?
En realidad, sillas, como le dije, son 12. Hay una que tiene nada más 4 mesas, 4 sillas. Entonces, las mesas o el restaurante nunca se llega a llenar completamente porque hay personas que, aunque la mesa sea de 6, a veces nada más tenemos 2 personas sentadas en esa mesa. Entonces, en realidad, yo creo que nunca hemos sobrepasado la cantidad de 60 personas para la cual se aplicó la licencia. Yo creo que nunca hemos sobrepasado los 60.
Yes, we have 12 tables. I believe one of those tables only has 4 capacity for 4. And a lot of the times, even though each table can sit 6, there aren't 6 people sitting on those tables. And I would say that we've perhaps never reached or we've never gone over the 60 people capacity that we originally applied for.
Perfect. Yeah, that was my assumption that you never went over 60. But just to make sure that you don't go over 60 and that you know that limit of your capacity. But that was my assumption, that you never went over.
Eso era lo que yo estaba asumiendo, que usted no ha sobrepasado los 60.
No, nunca lo hemos sobrepasado. Me gustaría que todas las mesas se llenaran de a 6, pero eso nunca puede ser.
Yes, that is correct. We've never gone over 60. I wish all of our tables were like full at capacity, but we haven't reached that point yet.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Okay, further questions of the applicant? Mr. Fletcher?
No further questions, Mr. Chair. If there's no one else in the queue, I'd move to grant.
No hay más preguntas.
Okay, a motion to grant, and Mr. Kano Espina seconds. Further discussion? Let me just lower everybody's hands. Okay, further discussion? I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we'll record this as unanimous. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. You have a good evening.
Gracias, señor González. Se ha aprobado según tengo entendido, se ha aprobado su licencia. Que tenga buenas tardes.
Muchas gracias y le pido una disculpa otra vez por las confusiones. Vamos a tratar de que no nos vuelva a pasar.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry again about the confusion, and it's not going to happen again.
Okay, we've got 2 items on the table, item number 4 and item number 11. Mr. Fletcher?
Jim, I'm assuming from the attendees list that we don't have the applicants present. Is that correct?
I do not see any registrations for either item 4 or item 11. So I mean, before you do anything, I would just say we can, both the interpreters who are currently attending right now, thank you, but we no longer need your services.
Jim, can you specify, and I know it's in the packet, but what the deficiency in item 4 that you flagged?
Yeah, the deficiency in item 4 on the LLC member and LLC members and the agent, rather than listing the actual agent, they listed General Beverage, which is their licensed distributor. So I seem that there just seems to be some miscommunication there. And then also capacity was another issue. And let me just look at that that renewal form real quick to see if it was completely left off or if the item was just
it was off. I mean, I 14's blank, I think.
Yep, it looks like it is blank. Yeah, so that one was left blank, and the liquor beer agent question was blank, and the corporation, they listed apparently people from the General Beverage distributors and Frank Beer distributors.
Thank you. And then for item 11, Attorney Zillaby, what were the issues with item 11?
Let me get to here, Jennifer. Okay.
Those were operational / management issues and concerns. And I don't know if he's currently a non-absentee owner, but issues with that. And he's the one that, when the police responded there, called them fucking idiots repeatedly, and
okay.
He was drunk at the time.
So I think, I guess my last question goes to Attorney Brist, which would be procedurally, I guess based on what we did earlier, we kind of noted that it's probably too late to if the committee felt it's too late to do anything with non-renewal. And so am I thinking that the appropriate course of action would be to renew, but then to refer to the June meeting?
Well, you're talking about item 11?
Probably 4 and 11 because
4 and 11. Well, my question about 4 is, do we think the license is adequate? The license application is adequate with the information that's missing? We have an agent listed on the agenda from last year's license, but we don't know that person is continuing as the agent, but it would be somewhat reasonable to assume that they are. I think that with number 11, we don't have any choice. We have to renew and then refer to June if we want to do that. With 4, the question is whether or not the license's application is adequate to. I mean, I suspect there's a language issue from what we've heard or seen in the application, but I'm not sure about what I advise on number 4, because I think number 4 has an inadequate application unless we consider what was on last year's application to be the same this year.
So let me deal with item 11 first then, because I think you have a more clear path forward, which would be I would move to renew, but then refer to the June meeting for further consideration. The same motion, Jim, that we passed earlier on, basically.
Okay, you have a second for Mr. Grady. Further discussion, Alder Foster.
Thank you. I guess just maybe some clarification on the procedure. If it's renewed now and referred, do we then lose our opportunity for non-renewal? Is that correct? Or you can still process a non-renewal following this?
We're past the point for non-renewal because we would have had to take a non-renewal requires a hearing that we would have had to have in it and follow certain state required procedures in order to non-renew the license. And we're past that point. At this point, we can impose conditions if the licensee agreed to the conditions, or we can renew and then take action to revoke the license in the future.
And in terms of, I guess my understanding was this was also an opportunity to add conditions, but you're saying that we can't add any conditions without since the applicant didn't show up, they don't get any conditions added at this point?
I don't know what we'd be adding to the application and what those conditions are, but yes, that would be my opinion, that we're not going to add things as conditions without the permission of the licensee, because basically when we place conditions on the license, we're doing things that are usually things that are extra. And when we place conditions on licenses, for example, for closing hours, which are permitted in state law, are uniform in state law, and we're not permitted to modify the conditions. When we modify a condition like closing hours, we have to have the permission of the licensee.
I believe that is correct, but that is the extent of it. So if we want to impose conditions other than about the hours it can be open, we can totally do that now. It would be wise to get the applicant back in to make sure that they understand the conditions under which they will be operating, and which, if they violate, Assistant City Attorney Zillivi would be well within her rights to penalize them for violating.
And just to follow up, I guess, question to that, do we have the ability to add conditions if this item is, the item, I guess, itself isn't really referred. If we take action and it's renewed, you can add a new item, I guess, to a June meeting to talk about this license. Is the opportunity to add conditions the same at that scenario as compared to this evening?
Well, you'd have to have the consent of the licensee once the license is issued. If you're going to do something that's contrary to law, you'll need to have the permission of the licensee in either case.
I know on one previous occasion we put some fairly strict conditions on a license, ones that were not in violation of state law, but that were fairly strict, and we made a requirement that the applicant appear before ALRC at our next regularly scheduled meeting as a condition of their license, which if they violated their license, they wouldn't be following the terms of it. And I think they had the opportunity then for us to relax those conditions.
So that one of the reasons why we have these separation meetings is because at the time a license is issued, that's a time that we can put conditions on a license, and we don't need permission from or acquiescence from the licensee at that time, unless it's contrary to state statute, which most of those conditions relate to opening or closing hours. But if it's a condition that is not regulated by the state statute, we can place that on, and renewal is one of those times that we can place a condition on the license without the licensees agreeing to it.
In summary then for me is, I've got very significant concerns with this location and with the operator. It sounds like maybe we'll have a more detailed conversation at a later date, so we don't have to go through all of that. But I would, ultimately, I don't really support renewal. I understand we're in a position where we sort of need to move forward with that. I would definitely I would ask for your consideration to really think about a revocation on this one at a future date. But also, given all of that, I would like to have any conditions that members of the commission could think of, or assistant city attorney, to try and address some of the many issues that were brought up. And I guess I'm not sure. I've gotten some information from Assistant City Attorney Zillaby. I don't know if all of you have heard of the number of issues. She mentioned some of them tonight, but I would very much like to have any conditions added that we can think of that would in any way address some of those issues, even if they're only temporary, while we consider further actions. Like would be my ask.
Okay, so what I think I heard you say, Alder Foster, is if the committee is inclined to put conditions on, you would prefer that they be on tonight, and then we can deal with those at the next meeting when the applicant would show up, and they can either be expanded or retracted in some fashion. Are you nodding your head? Yes.
Yeah, I think if there's a precedent, as Mr. Donnelly mentioned, of even adding a specific condition saying they must appear at the next meeting, that would be another good one to add on in addition. And yes, I think we should have the applicant in front of the committee and really talk through all of these issues, and then make decisions at that point. But between now and then, I would like to see conditions added. Yes.
Okay. All right. So then I think we're talking about, let's see, Mr. Cano Espina, you had your hand up.
Yes, I apologize. I got disconnected, so I think that I missed part of it. I believe that on item 4, unless you already have making any decisions on item 4, did I miss that much?
We're talking about item 11 right now.
Okay. So I will yield because I miss a lot.
Okay. So are there conditions that the committee would consider putting on the license this evening, as Alder Foster had suggested? Mr. Donnelly. Did I not take your hand down?
You didn't take my hand down.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Well, I don't see any hands up. So what's the committee's pleasure? Mr. Donnelly and then Alder Carter.
I will yield to Alder Carter.
Alder Carter.
And I want to yield to Attorney Zillaby.
Attorney Zillaby. Where did you go? There you are.
I think for sure a condition requiring him to appear at the next ALRC meeting, regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. And given at least the last contact that he had with the police, that the owner and employees shall not consume alcohol while they are on duty would be a good one.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher.
I was just going to say, I'll take those as friendly amendments to kind of the motion and strike, I think. With the condition would strike the latter part of the motion that I that I made earlier on. So it would be to renew with the two conditions that Attorney Zillaby noted, having the same effect.
And that's a friendly amendment to the motion? Okay.
Who's the second on that?
I thought Mr. Grady seconded that. Yeah. Yep. So let's see, Alder Carter, did you wish to speak to that?
No, I agree with those two amendments. I think that at our next meeting, we can add more. But
Okay.
that will get us to our next regular meeting. Thank you.
Alder Rivera.
Perhaps a couple of other friendly amendments in terms of conditions. The first that I'm proposing would be that the license, I should say the establishment must meet with the Madison Police Department on a monthly basis. And then secondly, that the establishment staff must patrol the exterior of the premises on a regular basis, and particularly at closing time.
What was the consistency on the fourth condition? How often?
Mr. Verbeek, I didn't set an exact time. I guess suppose we could say for now and then have the conversation with the license holder next meeting. Could be every 15 minutes. I'm reading the email that Alderperson Foster forwarded to the committee where that one of his constituents, who's a neighbor, is concerned about the patrons' activity outside of the establishment. So we could say that staff must patrol the exterior of the establishment every 15 minutes and at closing time for at least 15 minutes or until all patrons have dispersed. And as I say, we review all of these, of course, with the license holder at our next regular meeting.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher, you're good with those, and Mr. Grady? Okay. Anything more, Alder Rivera?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kano Espina, then Mr. Donnelly.
So if I'm catching up, I believe that we're moving to approve it with these conditions, but I also heard from the elder of the district that he was hoping to try to move for revocation. Is there a way that we can do both things at the same time, or do we have to have that meeting in June and then have revocation? Can we proactively start the paperwork for revocation if the elder of the district is so moved to do so? That will be for one of the attorneys.
Yeah, I'm trying to find, let's see, Assistant City Attorney Brist.
Well, we obviously have to renew at this time, but if you direct staff to commence a revocation process, they're going to start setting up other hearings and taking other steps. I mean, you might want to wait until June to hear what's going on first, but otherwise you're starting the ball down the hill in effect. If you want to take that formal step.
And I apologize for the disconnection, but I thought I heard the elder of the district said something about, I would like to have revocation. So I usually like to follow what the elders like, and maybe he can answer that question.
You'd be directing Jennifer basically to start the proceeding. Maybe she'd like.
Yeah, that's correct. If the elder of the district is actually, and the community of that district is actually requesting something like that, particularly because of the information that we got today, particularly with the type of comments that this person did to the police in multiple occasions, for me, it's enough to start the process. Revocation, the process of revocation doesn't necessarily end in revocation because we have all those meetings to talk about that, but it may be a good thing to start both things at the same time. It's just a question, unless it will be wrong to do so.
I'd like to try to take people perhaps in order here because they may have some comments about this. Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I was researching something and didn't hear the current conditions that we would be imposing. Would somebody be able to list them for me, please? Perhaps Mr. Verbeek?
Yep, I can do that. So the conditions would be: number 1, shall appear before the next ALRC meeting. Number 2, owner and employees shall not drink while on duty. Number 3, shall meet with MPD on a monthly basis. Number 4, staff shall patrol the exterior every 15 minutes until all patrons have dispersed.
And can we
go ahead
change that to shall not consume alcohol while on duty?
Sure.
Please.
And was that the next ALRC meeting or the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting?
Regularly scheduled.
Alder Foster, are there any additional conditions that you would request?
Thank you for the question. These sound good, especially in a sort of temporary way to get us to that next meeting. One other issue that the resident raised in his email, and which has been an issue, not of the scale of some of these other ones, but he mentioned the unfinished entryway of the building, and I don't know if that is within or outside of the purview of a condition, or if that's really just a building inspection issue. So I don't have any guidance there, but if it is something that's allowable as a condition, I would like to see that get addressed as well. Anybody that wants to take a look, you can look on Google Street View and see, and it's been that way for 5-10 years. But it may not be within the scope of a condition.
Gotcha. I don't have any other questions at this point.
Okay, Alder Carter?
Yeah, so for Jennifer, can you answer the question of doing the conditions and revocation at the same time? Because I understood that they have to have proper notice.
Right. Well, if I am directed to start the process of revocation, there's nothing stopping that from moving forward and it's sort of what happened with Visions last year.
So why are we doing conditions when we can just direct you to do revocation?
Well, because the license has to be renewed because of the statutory time limits. So the license does have to be renewed, and obviously it takes time to draft the complaint, serve the complaint, and then schedule the hearings. So
okay, I just wanted that to be clear to the commissioners. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a good question, Alder Carter. So I think what you said, Assistant City Attorney Zelevay, is there would be some time elapsed if revocation goes forward. And in the meantime, the 4 conditions that we talked about tonight would become effective immediately. So there's at least something in play until revocation either goes forward or doesn't. Did I hear that correctly?
well, and actually the conditions attached to the renewal, so they become effective July 1st.
Okay. But it's unlikely that revocation would occur before July 1st, just based on the notice and due process.
It would be possible, but not likely, I would say.
Okay, great. Let's see, Mr. Cano Espina.
Thank you. Yes, Visions was exactly like what happened last time was what I was thinking, that if I remember correctly, we basically kind of did something similar. We approved it for renewal, but then there was this other process that started. I would like to know if the alder is inclined to ask that of staff. I would ask for that of staff if that's the mood for the community.
Let's see, hold on, Alder Foster, let me find you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Conespino. I appreciate the question. Yes, I think, generally, ideally, we would have had the applicant here and we would have been having some conversation to clarify if there's, reasons or explanations that may have, shifted my thinking on this. But really, given the extent and breadth of the different issues, and really just failure by the operator themselves to run the business as expected, it's hard for me to imagine a scenario where we put on the right kinds of conditions and sort of things just turn around. I think there's been a lot of time invested in here already. So yeah, at this point, if timing weren't an issue, I would be requesting non-renewal since that's not an option. At this point, yes, I think moving for a revocation makes sense, and that's what I would support.
Thank you. So after we move with this motion, I think that I could make that. Do I need to make a motion for us for that, or?
I would think if that was what you were thinking of doing, you could ask Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Grady if they take his friendly amendment to include starting the revocation process.
Would that be possible for the maker and the second of the amendment?
Let me open up their mics here. Mr. Fletcher?
So I am, I'm respectful of following kind of what we did earlier on with items 12A and 12B in terms of process, where I think where we had the discussion and we had, concerns and we kind of followed a path forward. And that was with the applicant even being here. I'm reticent to start, I guess formally the revocation process without, providing another opportunity for the applicant to come to us in, what would it be, in June at our next regularly scheduled meeting. I think the conditions for now suffice. So I think that the committee should probably discuss this. So probably I don't consider it friendly in this instance.
Thank you.
Okay, well then why don't we vote on the motion we have with the 4 conditions, and then we can have a separate discussion on the revocation. Any further any further discussion on Mr. Fletcher's motion, which is renewal with the 4 conditions and referral to our June meeting? Okay, seeing none, I'll record everybody in favor of that. Motion passes. Mr. Alder Foster.
Thank you. I guess one idea perhaps to address Mr. Fletcher's point, which I think is a fair one. Perhaps Assistant State Attorney Zilovy could begin some of the preparatory work around a revocation, but not move forward with any of the sort of specific steps until after the June meeting, so that if at that June meeting, there's a different resolution to some of these issues. There hasn't been an official beginning to that process, but in the case where the committee does support moving forward towards a revocation, we'll have a sort of a head start on that process, because I know there is, work that goes into it, and I expect that preparation would probably be useful anyways for the June discussion, just to kind of have everything sort of laid out. So perhaps that would be a way to just ask Assistant State Attorney Zilovy to sort of begin that work, but not actually file, sort of the paperwork or get it formally started until that conversation happens in June.
Sure, I can do that.
Okay, and you're comfortable in that, you're just moving forward with that, we don't need a motion. Committee, you're comfortable, or would you prefer to vote on that? No? Okay, all right. Then I see a lot of head shaking, so go ahead and get started with it. And then at the June meeting, the applicant will be here, and then the discussion will continue. Mr. Fletcher, where did you go? Here you are. Okay. And, oh, I'm sorry, Assistant City Attorney Brist, did you have?
Well, I guess we're going to be returning to item 4. And what I want to point out is that item 4, the application is incomplete. It doesn't tell us the name of the liquor agent or the beer, the agent for the license. It doesn't tell us where the agent lives, and it doesn't tell us who the members or officers are of the LLC or the corporation. So, I mean, it seems rather harsh to deny the license because of what may be language barriers or clerical issues, but the license is inadequate without this information. How do we renew the license without the proper information to put on the license? So I guess I'll leave it up to the committee's judgment, but it seems to me the application is incomplete.
Okay, thank you, Assistant City Attorney Brist. So it's Mr. Fletcher, Mr. Kano Espina, and Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to ask Attorney Brist a follow up in terms of options, as it were. If the license is, as you would consider it, or the application is considered incomplete, where you cannot, where it it would be basically inappropriate for the committee to approve renewal. Is that a how do I put it? Is that really the matter for the committee, or is that the clerk and administrative discretion saying it's not, we cannot bring this to the committee really for a vote because this is so incomplete that it would be inappropriate to do so?
Yes, it may be an administrative decision by the clerk to not accept the application, but we are at the stage where it's in front of us. I mean, I guess a ground suggestion would be is that if they provide this information before it goes to the council, that the committee will recommend renewal. But if they don't provide this information before the next council meeting and complete the application, that I don't think it's non-renewal. I think it's a failure to file a proper application. So I don't think it falls under the non-renewal statute or the revocation statute. I think this is a different situation because they failed to fill out the application correctly.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think that helps just to differentiate between that and some kind of earlier example. So thank you.
Mr. Kano Espina, then Mr. Dow.
I will be concerned not renewing or not putting extra good effort. Basically, if this is a language issue, I would also recommend not only sending something in writing in that other language, but also if the staff are able to make a phone call. Because if this person is not able to do it with that really good advice from our attorney to say, if they're not able to do it prior to the next common council meeting, then we're saying we're taking this away from you. And I would hate to take something away from them because of a language issue. That just doesn't sit good with me in Madison in 2020 that we will do that because assuming and given the benefit of the doubt of the applicant, there was a language issue. It may not be, and it may be that the applicant is not doing their job or whatever, but it may be a language issue. So that I would like us to try to give the go the extra mile. And I know that the city clerk has already gone an extra mile, has sent multiple messages, but as we saw today, some of those messages were not received. We're also going through COVID. There is a lot of things happening now that may make it, I will feel really bad that we removed that from somebody because of language.
Mr. Donnelly.
If I could just respond to that real quick. So our office has attempted numerous phone calls to the licensee. However, we have one phone number on file for the licensee. It has a voicemail box that's not set up, and nobody has answered it in the numerous phone call attempts we've made.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, no, and I know you guys do a really good job, and we may end up having to do this, but it will be nice to have it really well documented and really well explained that we did everything. And it may be there's a lot of people that are suffering these days, and some of those things that go first is the phone line because you can't pay for it. So
I pulled up the email that my colleague, who's the liaison for them, sent me, and she said that she sent emails on April 27th and May 6th, which she attached and gave to me. She said she also attempted a call on May 6th, May 12th, and May 13th. She said, I sent an email to 2 different addresses, both for James Young, who is both the renewal contact on the paperwork and the license holder in our licensing program. The agent did not have an email address in our licensing program. When calling, the phone rang but was never answered. Automated messages were voicemail that had not been set up, so no message could be left.
Thank you for all that.
Okay, we've got 3 other people in the queue. So Alder Skidmore, and then, Mr. Donnelly, then Alder Skidmore, and then Assistant City Attorney Zilli. Mr. Donnelly.
Chair. I agree with Mr. Cano-Espina's sentiment that it would be very unfortunate if this applicant did not get to have a new license for the new year or new licensing year because of this. I think we should be clear on a difference in some terms. If they do not get a license at this point, we would not be taking anything away from them because they would have effectively not applied for this license. I'm not saying that they should be penalized for that, but there's a big difference between saying you didn't actually reapply for the license and saying we should take your license away. Someone, I don't remember who, suggested earlier that we grant this conditional on them providing the information. I'm not entirely comfortable with that because if the information, if it's all exactly the same as last year, great. But if there are changes, how much change is appropriate before we would want additional review by someone? What if there's been a significant change in officers? What if there's been a de facto change in ownership? What if there is a new agent who is a known problem person? Captain Donahue looks like she has her hand up, Mr. Chair. I will yield to her for the moment.
Well, there's 5 people ahead of her, so I'd like to try to take people in order here. Mr. Skidmore, or I'm sorry, Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. I agree with the previous speakers, and Mr. Donnelly brings up a good point, but I'm thinking that we've had enough issues of a similar nature recently, and we are backed into a corner here, and that we're not dealing with egregious behavior by the applicant. And I do agree with my colleagues that, it could be a language problem. And I do believe that it's worth going that extra mile just to check this out rather than to have the to have a problem on the back end. So I would support a conditional approval. I would support trying to reach out to this person to give them the the benefit of the doubt or reasonable doubt that something fell through the cracks here. So that's how I feel, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, Assistant City Attorney Zilloway, then Alder Revere, then Mr. Fletcher, and then Captain Donahue. Jennifer?
I think some of the owners of this place are also owners of World Market, who we had just last week. So perhaps, I don't know if the clerk's office has looked at information on that application, but maybe there's additional contact information on that application that they could reach out to.
I can look at what phone number they have. I did in my attempts to reach out tonight while we were discussing other things, did include the email for the individual who was there for World Market the first time and we couldn't actually discuss the item, but I believe is the spouse of Mrs. Young. And I've not heard anything tonight in those emails I sent tonight, but I've not. But I could try calling. I don't know if the number that's on that application is different. I could see Captain Donnelly making a lot of motions.
Oh.
Okay, did you have anything else, Jennifer?
No, that was it.
Okay, Alder Revere?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Zilloway read my mind. I was just comparing this application with the application we considered last week from the same ownership group, and the phone numbers are different, as well as the email addresses being different on the two applications. So I do think there is a chance that Mr. Verbic would be able to perhaps successfully use the phone number on last week's application to reach these owners in advance of the June 2nd council meeting. I would personally just say my preference is that we grant the renewal tonight conditionally on the fact on the condition that the deficiencies in the renewal application be cured in advance of the June 2nd common council meeting, and not hold this up any longer. Thank you.
Okay, Captain Donahue.
I was able to reach the fellow by phone, and I think there was some confusion between last week's and this week's license. It's some of the same folks. So he said that he will call post haste in the morning to the clerk's office.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move to grant conditional on the applicant remedying the omissions or errors on the paperwork.
Okay, do we have a second? Mr. Cano Espina? Motion and a second, and we've got some other, let's see, Mr. Donnelly and then Alder Carter.
I request a roll call.
Okay. Alder Carter?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the updated information is similar to what was on the license before, because if it's too different, then we have a whole new ball of beans, for lack of a better description.
Okay. Mr. Cano Espina?
First, I want to thank the staff and the captain for trying to do that right now. That's amazing. And will it be friendly to say that it will be approved with the statement that there's no significant changes or that there is no changes to the application based to last year's application? That way we avoid that issue of it. If they have a lot of changes, then we have another issue.
Who made the motion? Who made the original motion?
Mr. Fletcher. Let me find you here. Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
I guess that I was going to ask a question of Attorney Brisk before I responded. So if there are differences, right, from what they previously submitted, now would be maybe a time for them to make changes potentially, correct?
Yes, that's true. The question would be administratively, would the clerk have forwarded it to the council, to the committee to consider separately because of a change in ownership or something along those lines. But if it's otherwise, it would have just been an administrative decision by the clerk to renew the license. But this would be the time to make changes.
Yeah, I don't want to, I guess, overly hamper the applicant if they want to make changes that would have not otherwise triggered this application to come to the committee. I'm fine kind of remaining as is and trusting the clerk to work with the applicant accordingly. So.
Okay, and Mr. Kano Espina is nodding his head. So any further, Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for our council. So if we recommended approval as Mr. Kano Espina suggested, so approval contingent on there not being any meaningful changes from last year, and the applicant did get the information in and there were meaningful changes, am I correct to understand that what the Common Council would receive would be this item that didn't have a recommendation from us one way or another, and they would be free to make their own decision?
You mean because the motion hadn't been fulfilled, the matter would, I don't know how it would necessarily get back to the from the ALRC to the council unless the ALRC takes an action.
Well, so
I'm sure I understand the question.
Okay, so if the action that we take is this is getting really procedural, but we don't actually approve anything, right? We
recommend
the Common Council with a recommendation that they grant. So what we would be doing is referring it back to the Common Council with a recommendation that they grant if the application is substantially similar to the way it used to be.
Yes.
Now, if it's referred to them, no matter what, we referred it to them and we made a recommendation. The recommendation was contingent on something. If the contingency isn't met, that voids the recommendation but not the referral. They will still have the item, and they, especially given the three of them are here, could review it at that point and say, oh yeah, that change is fine, and approve it.
That sounds logical to me, that it would not, it would be up to the council to make the final decision.
Okay. In light of that, Mr. Fletcher, would you be comfortable with Mr. Kano Espina's suggestion?
I think that's fine. Mr. Donnelly, I think my main, I guess, thought was not having a contingency that overly hampers the applicant, where they could make appropriate changes that, that where once they filled in the application, if it was different but not substantially so than last year, that would be fine, as long as the clerk wouldn't have otherwise brought this to the committee for separation as a result of the changes that they would have made.
Makes sense. Oh man, it feels so much like writing a blank hall pass. I don't know. I won't die on this hill.
Hey, Mr. Kano Espina, and then Captain Donahue.
I think that you had it right. I think that everything that we recommend to the Common Council, the Common Council can they make their own opinion and decision, and they can overrule our, not even overrule, they can just decide something completely different from what we decide. Because the only thing that we're doing is recommending something. The final decision is the alders. So it is not a blank card, because the alders have that responsibility to make sure that all license have all the requirements that they need. It's just we're kind of asking them to do a little bit more job and really make sure that this is correct, instead of just trusting that we did all the work prior to, and that they can move forward without having to dot all the I's. I think that therefore is not saying, yeah, do whatever you want. Is actually saying, we're okay if you do this. If you don't, then the Common Council may have other choices.
Captain Donahue, then Mr. Fletcher.
I didn't ask a lot of questions of the applicant, but just for the record, he said that they have had this license for years, and made it sound like it was just a matter of not completely filling out the paperwork. Not that there was a lot of changes, but that's a bit of an assumption. Not sure it helps.
Mr. Fletcher.
Jim, if a question for you, if the changes the applicant makes that you see when you work with the applicant, if when they fill out the omissions that are in the form, and there's something that kind of triggers you to be concerned, how does it work for you or someone else to raise that to the council, saying, you know, this was the ALRC's recommendation, but here's the issue we've encountered, just so that folks maybe have a greater level of comfort?
Yeah, if we were to find anything that would be concerning, we would probably email Alders Carter, Skidmore, and Revere, since they sit on the ALRC and they're part of the council, so that way they can pass that along. I will add that the 3 items that are missing in this application are on the liquor beer agent, the members of the LLC, and the capacity. We certainly wouldn't feel comfortable forwarding any renewal that had a change to either the agent or the members of the LLC, because that would be subverting the background check process, which is required. And so we wouldn't certainly feel comfortable with that. The capacity, it's a little different, given that there's not a capacity condition on the license. And at worst, they're held to the lowest approved capacity by building inspection. So I mean, I feel like there might be a little more wiggle room there than there is in the other 2 items that are deficient right now in the renewal form.
So it'd be fine to say, appropriate completion of the form is kind of the motion, which gives you the maximum amount of administrative latitude to deal with the applicant.
Sure.
Thank you.
Were you suggesting a change to your motion?
Move to grant pending appropriate completion of the application by the applicant.
Okay, do we have a second? Mr. Kano is being a second. I've got no one else in the queue. Mr. Donnelly has requested a roll call vote. Mr. Donnelly is waving his hands no, so no roll call. All right, so that being the case, since I have no one else in the queue, I will assume that the motion is approved unanimously. Okay, so that takes care of 4. That's the last item we had placed on the table. So that completes this agenda. We've got a couple items that are going to pop into the June regularly scheduled meeting, and then we've got the agenda for tomorrow. So Mr. Fletcher, and then Alder Carter, and then Mr. Donnelly.
I was just going to move to adjourn, but if there is okay, great. No, great.
I was going to second.
Okay.
I was going to move, but now I'm seconding.
And Mr. Donnelly, what were you going to do?
Make it through an entire meeting without making a motion.
Yeah. All right, so I think we have a motion and a second to adjourn. No further discussion. I'll take that as unanimous. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.